Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Decision 84, the decision whichever way it goes is going to shape this country's immediate future. Will National and Sir Robert Muldoon be returned for a fourth consecutive term? Will Labour turn the tables and cap off the remarkable 7-year rise in politics of David Lange? Or will Social Credit and the New Zealand Party play their part?
To give us the answer, hundreds of polling clerks from Bay of Islands in the north to Aurua in the south have just gone out and locked the doors to the polling places, unlocked the ballot boxes and started counting. The only script for our programme tonight is the one which you've written as you cast your votes. Our first priority, of course, is to bring you the results, but we're also geared up right round the country to be with the people to whom the results mean a personal triumph or a personal tragedy. Colin James will be watching for straws in the wind, which will give us an early indication of the way vital marginal seats are likely to go. Colin, before the first figures do start coming in, can we look at why we're having the first snap election in more than 30 years? Sir Robert said that he couldn't battle on with questionable backbench support. Is that likely to have been the full or at least the real reason?
Well, I don't think it's the only reason, and I'm not sure that it's the real reason. Marilyn Waring, who withdrew from the caucus and who was the basis on which he made that statement, said that she would support the government on procedural matters and on substantive matters, which would have given it a working majority for some time into the future. The only two that she reserved her position on were nuclear arms, where the government had a majority anyway, and rape reform, which is hardly a matter of confidence. So I think we have to look at other matters. And I think the economy is really the key. The figures in the economy were likely to get worse between now and November, and I think that was demonstrated during the campaign. The balance of payment situation worsened, the consumer price index worsened. So he was, I think, taking an opportunity to go to the country when the figures were relatively good.
Would Sir Robert have preferred to have found a different issue to go to the country on?
I think he would have rather had, as any Prime Minister would, especially calling the snap election, a strong issue to go to the country on, as the Holland government had in 1951 when it went to the country after the waterfront strike.
Is there in fact any similarity between the 51 situation and what we see today?
I don't think a great deal, apart from the fact that it is a snap election and that it is in the winter. In 1951 there was a new government in office, not much more than 18 months. It had been through a 6-month stand-up confrontation with the unions, where I think it had had considerable public support. In this case, it's a government just going to the country on its record, just like it would in a general election, really. The Marsden Point situation never developed into anything like the waterfront strike.
Colin James. Well, we may be unsure about just exactly what has triggered this election, but there's no doubt that it's created an enormous amount of work for an enormous range of people. The sudden rush to complete the electoral rolls, for example. The political parties themselves have worked virtually round the clock since that late-night announcement 4 weeks ago. An awful lot of the load has fallen on the party presidents, the people charged with organising the machinery behind the candidates. People like the National Party's Sue Wood, who's finally reached the National Party's election night headquarters in Wellington. Sue Wood, welcome to Decision 84. It must have been a pretty tough 3 weeks for you.
Yes, it has been, and for a lot of other people too, who've been doing so much hard work.
You're here in Wellington tonight to see the election night results. You actually come from Auckland. How often have you been in Auckland over the last 3 weeks?
I've been dashing home on weekends to see my family, but I've been based here for the month.
Who's looking after them, Sue?
They're right here tonight.
They're with you, the whole
Yes,
family's there?
They are indeed, yes.
What exactly happens on election night in National Party headquarters? I've never been privy to that, but, is it a bit of a party, or are you all standing by with pencils and papers?
We're standing by with pencils and papers and television sets and radios like most of New Zealand.
Tell us a little bit about the people who've been working the campaign and the people who've been working today. Just exactly what's the party organisation been up to today, for instance?
Our organisation has been based on 95 electorates throughout the country. For headquarters itself, nothing's been happening here because obviously the focus on election day is getting those voters out.
What exactly do you do tomorrow, Sue? Have you got any plans for that?
I think that you and your friends have got me quite busy tomorrow. I'm booked up already.
Prediction tonight, would you like to take a shot in the dark?
No, I won't take a shot in the dark, actually. I've said for 2 years this is going to be a very close election, and that's as far as I'll go to predicting.
Sue Wood, thank you very much for joining us on Decision 84. Whatever happens tonight, I hope it's an enjoyable evening for you.
Thank you very much.
For the Labour Party, an added complication has been the fact that Jim Anderton didn't have time to hand over the party presidency before having to fight the election as the candidate for Sydenham. Jim Anderton's at the Christchurch Labour headquarters at the moment, the election night headquarters. Mr Anderton, how's it been trying to be both party president and a candidate?
Well, I must say a little exciting and wearing, but Mr Muldoon has given us the chance to become the government 5 months early, and I think we're all buoyed up by that.
Would you have preferred to have been just a candidate in this election?
Yes, of course, that was always my intention, but Mr Muldoon didn't consult me when he called the general election, and I wasn't expecting to be consulted by him, I must admit.
Tell me, would you feel that your campaign in Sydenham has been in any way damaged by the fact you've had to look after party organisation?
I've had a magnificent organisation in Sydenham, and the people in Christchurch in general are very friendly and hard-working people, and with their support we're going to get a crushing victory in Sydenham tonight.
Well, what's been the basis of Labour's work during the last 3 weeks? How have you handled a snap election?
Well, of course, we've been working on the basis that there could be an early election ever since the last general election in 1981. The government, in effect, has only had a majority of one for all that time. So we've had a campaign committee which I've chaired. It's been in operation for 18 months. We've had contingency plans for by-elections and for a snap election. So really the Labour Party's been like a well-oiled machine, and if any political party in modern times in New Zealand has been prepared and managed to deliver a political vote of mammoth proportions, this one has.
Well, one final question. Any prediction for tonight?
I think if the mood of the country is as I have found it over the last few weeks, there'll be a substantial victory for Labour. If that mood isn't there, then it'll be close, but I think Labour will win anyway.
Mr Anderton, thanks.
I suspect if there is a substantial swing to Labour that things will be a lot noisier down there than they are at the moment in Christchurch. OK, to the results. How do we get them and how do we show them to you? Now, you may just be inclined to think, sitting at home there, that it's just me and Fred and Colin doing all the work. Well, much as I'd like to be able to pretend that two Marlborough College old boys like Fred and myself can hack the pace by ourselves, that, of course, is not the case. We need a lot of help. In fact, all the work is done out in the electorates and behind us here. You can see that there's a whole raft of people all at the ready. Our results reporter in each electorate rings in here as soon as the result's known. The computer operators put the result directly into our borough's computer, and that process takes less than a minute. And the result is then immediately available to show you. We'll be concentrating on bringing you the results just as quickly as possible.
And here's how you'll see the results. The first information, of course, is going to be progresses in the early part of the evening. We'll be bringing you quite a few of those so you can judge how the critical electorates are moving. This information that we're going to have a look at now is going to be just a dummy. We don't really, of course, have any figures in yet. Now, you'll see that there's a band of colour across the top. That tells you which party is leading in the seat at this stage. We also tell you how much of the estimated vote has been counted so that you know whether candidates who are lagging still have much chance of catching up. Now, all through the evening, we're going to be listing the candidates in order of the votes they've received. So whoever's on top of the list is in front at that stage. And if there's a name in capitals, such as Mr Cox in Manawatu, at this, the one we're looking at now, then that's a sitting MP. But remember, because of the boundary changes, some MPs find themselves in seats which, on paper at least, another party holds. But we'll be talking about those cases a little later. Eventually, the progress results will start giving way to finals. And the first thing we'll show you when a final comes through is a map so that you can see whereabouts in the country the electorate is. And a number of electorates, of course, have had changed boundaries or have had their names changed. After the map, we'll be seeing the result itself. Again, these are just dummy figures at this stage. Much the same as a progress result. Again, the coloured band at the top tells you the party that's won the seat. Candidates' names will be in order of success from the top. And further down in this case, there's the majority for the successful candidate, an election night majority, of course, and the swing in that particular seat.
And you ain't seen nothing yet, folks. Still lots to show you. During the course of Decision 84, we'll be joined in the studio by a number of distinguished guests representing all the four main political parties, and we'll be talking to them. We've also still got to show you the computer predictions. We'll be taking a look at the first of our progress results coming through, and we'll be looking at the locations where the party leaders wait out the night of Decision 84. All of that after this commercial break.
Order, sir. just how super is Super Supreme.
It has beef, pepperoni, pork, capsicum, sliced ham, onions, olives, mushrooms, and pineapple.
Wow, beef, pepperoni, pork, capsicum, sliced ham, onions, olives, mushroom, and pineapple? You need 2 pizzas to hold all that.
If you want the lot, we'll give you the works. Super Supreme, Pizza Hut's Super Pizza.
Super.
Super Supreme. It has beef, pepperoni,
Thank
pork.
you.
You're welcome. Capsicum, sliced
Thank
ham.
you.
You're welcome. Onions, olives, mushrooms, and pineapple.
Super Supreme, the works.
You can always listen to your old Uncle Pete.
Now, look, I tell you, lad, you can't miss on lightning fast in the fifth.
And, of course, the boss always has some definite ideas.
Soybeans, Watson. That's where I made my money. In 44.
And there's always dear old Aunt Tilda.
Told you 1,000 times, Angie. Marry a rich man.
Auntie?
Or you can go with the smart money and open a countrywide Moneyworks account. Let's face it, it's hard enough to save $1 these days, and you want your money to work even harder than you do. The countrywide Moneyworks account earns you a hard-working 9% from your first dollar. That's 9% per annum on call for everyday savings and lump sum savings. Best of all, there are hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash prizes. That's right, every Thursday of every week is Cash Thursday, the day you get the chance to double your savings up to a whopping $10,000. With Moneyworks, Countrywide's put the fun back into saving for everyone. Right, Uncle Pete?
Those extra touches that have made business class such a success have come down to earth. The most important extra is individual service and attention for the busy executive. It's made business class a totally new standard of service, complete with a special class of car with an AM/FM stereo cassette player. So next time you travel, experience service that's in a class of its own. Avis Business Class.
From the world's finest beans comes New Zealand's favourite coffee.
Don't you wish you could cook a meal that's, well, a bit different? I can, and so can you, with Magic Cook in the Pot. Look at all these famous dishes. Tonight I'm cooking chicken provençal. It's so easy, because Cook in the Pot has exactly the right blend of herbs and spices that you need to create these wonderful, authentic dishes. Magic Cook in the Pot. A deliciously simple way to serve something different.
Welcome back to Decision 84. One of the unusual side effects of the speed with which Sir Robert Muldoon called the snap election was that retiring MPs were robbed, or spared, depending on whichever way you look at it, of the traditional parliamentary farewells. One of those, of course, was the last Labour Prime Minister, Sir Wallace Rowling, and he's with us here in the studio tonight. Sir Wallace, what does it feel like to be watching an election night and not actually being involved?
Well, there's a little less tension, but it's a very exciting election night for me, because I think that a lot of work that I've been involved with many other people is actually going to bear fruit this evening.
It was 22 years ago to the day that you won your first election, wasn't it?
Yes, quite coincidentally. Buller by-election 1962.
You're obviously going to be watching tonight's results very keenly, and none more so than your old seat, and I assume that you expect Ken Shirley to win that. But if there's one seat that you'd like to pick out to watch tonight that is of particular interest to you, what would it be?
I think it depends on whether you're looking at a provincial or a city or an urban seat. But I'd look at a seat like Glenfield, I think, in Auckland, one of the new seats.
All right. Now, you were robbed of making your farewell speech to the House, but I understand that you'd had it sort of drafted. What were you going to say?
No, that's another myth, I think. Yeah.
What would you have said then?
Oh, well, that's something that I don't know that people will ever really know.
OK. One final question. One of the abiding memories of last election was of you being carried into your party headquarters in Nelson on the shoulders of your supporters. I don't know whether you're a betting man or not, but what sort of odds are you offering on David Longy getting the same sort of treatment in Mangere?
Well, he's got some pretty strong supporters up there, and it may well be in the excitement of the moment they're only too prepared to lift him aloft. We'll see as the evening wears on.
All right, Sir Wallace, thank you for joining us. We look forward to talking to you again later in the evening.
Thank you.
With the new boundaries, we have 95 seats in the new Parliament. That's 3 more than in the old one. To fit in the extra 3, quite a lot of the old seats have had to have their boundaries changed around. And, Colin, James, that means problems for a few MPs, doesn't it?
Well, 2 in particular start off on paper behind tonight. That's Dale Jones in West Auckland, whose old Helensville seat has lost a chunk of rural territory to the north, which was National supporting. And he starts off on paper 417 votes behind on election night figures. And the other is Bob Bell in Gisborne, where the Kaiti area to the east of Gisborne City was in the old East Cape electorate. The Gisborne City has been put back together. It's a little more urban electorate than it was, and he's behind on paper by 856 votes on election night figures in 81. The main changes have been in the northern and southern fringes of Auckland. Then in central North Island, where the old Taupo seat has been divided between Tongariro and Waikato Moana, and Roger Macleay, the MP for Taupo, has shifted. He stayed with the town of Taupo, but he now has an electorate which stretches away to the southwest, right down to the outskirts of Napier and Hastings, the Waikato Moana seat. The other main changes around Dunedin, where Clutha has ceased to be a marginal seat, is now a wholly rural seat. Took in a chunk of Awarua, lost a chunk of Mosgiel to Dunedin, and then everything moved round in Dunedin, and Port Chalmers went to Otago, making that a rather less safe seat.
So what situation do we start the evening in? If we take all the 81 votes and redistribute it over the new seats of the new boundaries, what would be the theoretical state of the parties right now?
Well, on paper, it's National 47, Labour 46, Social Credit 2. So National has 1 seat majority or plurality over Labour. That makes it a very tight race to begin with. And that means that in 1981, had the 1981 election been held on these boundaries, there would have been what is colloquially known as a hung parliament, a minority government.
So with 95 seats in the new parliament, party needs to win 48 seats tonight to be able to form the government. We'll be showing that race through the next few hours on this chart. As each final's declared, a band of colour gets added to the track of the successful party. The first party to hit that 48-seat line is the government. The more seats they have over that line, the more comfortable their majority. Remember, though, that many Labour seats declare quickly, so the early leader might not necessarily be the eventual winner. Long before we reach that stage, however, we're going to be sticking our necks out and making some predictions. So, Colin, how do we do this?
Well, we've selected 200 polling places throughout the country in 30 critical electorates. And our reporters are in the field in those electorates will be sending in those votes as soon as they come in for those polling booths. And we have statistician Hugh Morton of Massey University with me tonight, and he's developed a computer prediction system which takes those votes and forecasts a result for each of those seats, and then from those seats builds up a national picture.
Thanks, Colin. So our computer, once it has enough information to make a prediction about a seat, we're going to be showing you that as a prediction by us on the night. It won't, of course, indicate that that seat has yet fallen. It's our prediction. It'll tell you whether the important marginal seats are likely to be held or lost. Of course, Tamaki, in this particular instance, is not a marginal, but it's just to show you how the predictions will look. Colin, what seats are, in fact, going to tell us which way the election's going tonight?
Watch tonight 3 groups of seats. There's a group which the government has to hold if it's going to have any real show of remaining the government. And those start off with Miramar and West Auckland, for instance. We've selected 12 of our 30 electorates, which we suggest you watch very closely tonight. Miramar and West Auckland, which are Labour held. Miramar by 691 votes on election night, West Auckland by 416 on election night, and then 2 social credit seats, Rangatiki and East Coast Bays, 513 and 295. Now, if National holds one of those, then that's going to make it difficult. There's going to be a reasonable chance that National might stay in power. If it holds 2 or more, then it's going to make it that much more difficult for Labour to form a government. I would suggest you watch also Gisborne during the night. Now then, that line that's under East Coast Bays, that represents the position as it now is, and we move across that line to 3 seats which are highly marginal, held by National: Eden, Waitaki and Horowhenua. Eden with just 153 votes on election night to National, Waitaki with just 229, Horowhenua with 777. And then, if you're looking at the possibility of a definite Labour government, you'll find it by watching these 5 seats. If any or several of these seats fall, then it is likely that there will be a Labour government tonight. And these are Fendalton, Hamilton West, the two Hamilton seats, Oharu, where Bob Jones is standing for the New Zealand Party, and New Plymouth, which was the early indicator in 1975. And the range of majorities there, the paper majorities on election night figures between 1,200 and 1,500. That's 3.5% to 4.5% swing required. And then if you want a further indication, look at seats like Invercargill, Awarua, Whangarei, and seats like that. If those are falling, then there's going to be a Labour government.
Those, of course, then are the seats for you to keep an eye on tonight. We'll be looking at them regularly for you during the evening, and we'll also be predicting the final state of the parties, but of course that's going to be just a little later.
And indeed, while Colin and Fred have been talking to you, we've had our first progress in here at the Decision 84 headquarters. It comes from Hawke's Bay. It's a progress result, a progress score with only 3% of the estimated vote counted, so it's not too meaningful at the moment, where Sir Richard Harrison, the Speaker of the House, is just leading Bill Sutton, the Labour Party candidate there, but only 3% of the vote counted, not too significant at this stage of proceedings. In fact, we've got another progress, and we're going to Palmerston North, where the sitting Labour member, Trevor de Clean, is just slightly ahead of his national opponent with only 4%, but that really is, I stress, an almost meaningless thing. Just an illustration of the technology that we have available and how quickly we're going to be getting these results to you. Okay, Fred and Colin have given you a quick cook's tour around the technology we have available and how you'll be seeing the results on the screen. Immediately we receive that information from the 95 vote counting areas around the country, we'll be popping it up on the screen. I bet their anxiety, however, is more than matched by the feelings of the candidates, and particularly, of course, by the four party leaders. They traditionally make their appearance late in the evening, but at their various headquarters are our reporters. We're going north now to the first of them, up to Auckland, to the Labour Party headquarters in Mangere, and Richard Harman.
David Longy's Mangere electorate have chosen a hall for tonight's to set up their headquarters in tonight, which is right over the road from Homestead, in which the Prime Minister from 1912 to 1925, William Massey, lived. And they're quietly confident here in Mangere tonight that they're going to provide their second New Zealand Prime Minister. The atmosphere in the hall at the moment is formal, restrained. One of the party workers told us they don't want tonight to turn into a raucous party. David Longy himself, according to tradition, is not in the hall at the moment. He's going to be coming down here when he's got a clear idea of just what the trend is. And when he does come, we understand that he is going to make a formal speech. And if he's winning, and he is Prime Minister, that'll be a Prime Ministerial speech. But if he's losing, well, no one round here is talking about that at the moment. So, from David Longy's Mangere electorate headquarters, it's to Fielding and Kevin Ramshaw.
And Social Credit have booked a very small hall in Fielding, but that doesn't mean to say that the expectations here are small or little. The people who have been drifting in and out all day have had a mood of quiet confidence. There are very few people here at the moment. Most people are going to wait until the leader, Bruce Beetham, arrives around about 8 o'clock, and then I think that the hall will fill up. There's been interest in the way that results are going to come in, and there was a note of confidence from them when the first result came in from Utawai School Hall, and there 43 people voted, and there was an increase of 5 for Social Credit, and so people are naturally thinking that perhaps things might go their way, at least in this electorate. There's also interest in what, of course, is going to happen in East Coast Bays. Now it's time, I think, to go to Wellington and to Ted Sheehan at New Zealand Party headquarters in Wellington.
Well, the New Zealand Party has taken over a cabaret here in Wellington tonight, and this party has come here prepared to party. I'm assured that if even one candidate takes a seat for the New Zealand Party, the champagne will be broken out and the bills will be thrown away. Of course, of big interest to the party here tonight is Bob Jones' fight in Oharu. Party officials tell me that an unofficial survey taken in Oharu just yesterday showed Jones leading, Labour second, and Cabinet Minister Hugh Templeton a distant third. But that's all yet to come. Bob Jones is expected to arrive here to join the other revellers around 9 o'clock tonight. We'll see you then, and now to catch up with what's happening in the rest of the country, here's Fred Cockram at Election Centre.
Ted, thanks very much. We have a difficulty reading our Tamaki OB at the moment. I'm told that there's been a sporting event up in Auckland, and the OB's on its way there very rapidly. We hope it'll be with us shortly when we'll be able to see where Sir Robert Muldoon is spending the evening. Crossing there very shortly, I hope, to John Bishop. Colin James, I wonder if at this early stage of the evening we can discuss a little bit more about the way the boundaries have actually affected people. Do you think it had any bearing on the decision of any MPs to stand down the boundary changes?
No, I don't think so. If it had had that sort of bearing, then I think Dale Jones and Bob Bell would have stood down, and neither of them did. I think the MPs who stood down are retiring for genuine reasons.
You've actually been on the road for much of this campaign. Is there likely to be an even swing, do you believe, over the country, or are individual MPs likely to be performing better than others?
Well, the evidence of the last few elections is that there seems to be a growing variation in the swing between electorates, and last election we had it graphically shown to us, because some seats swung in one direction and others in another direction, which was rather confusing earlier in the night. And so I would expect, again, a variation of swing during the night between seats.
Colin, thanks. One of the critical marginals, one of the classic marginals, of course, is the Auckland central seat of Eden. And the Eden seat's very often won by only a few votes. In fact, in recent years, it has always been won by the party which has ended the evening able to form a government. Trying to hang on to it for National tonight is the Health Minister, Ozzy Malcolm. He's in his electorate headquarters at the moment. Mr Malcolm, no early indications yet from the seat, but you've been on the ground there for the last 3 weeks or so, shaking hands, knocking on doors. What's your feeling in the Eden seat?
My feeling is that Eden's in good shape and that it'll probably come to the government by a fairly small margin. I think there's been a very strong swing back towards the government as the campaign has progressed, as people have seen that the Labour Party doesn't really have the credibility to form a government, and I think things have firmed up very well. That's my reading.
Like to put any figure on the majority tonight?
I'm personally picking a 500-vote majority here in Eden for National.
And how about around the country? Do you think that's going to be reflected in the country as a whole?
Well, that's hard for me to judge because I've had my nose down and my tail up here in Eden looking after my home patch.
How's the family been able to cope with this? You're busy as a minister and suddenly flung into a thing like this. You've really had to fight for the seat. You've seen much of your family lately.
Well, I've had some of them with me because it's been mid-term break and they've been helping me, and very well indeed.
Mr Malcolm, thank you very much. We'll be back to Eden as soon as there's some further indication as to the way the seat's likely to go.
Still early, of course, for anybody to be entirely happy about what's going on tonight, but they all look very glum at the moment, don't they? We're going to talk now to the second of our studio guests on Decision 84. It's Dorothy McNabb, long-serving Dominion Councillor for the National Party, who's flown up here today from a very snowy Otago, I understand. Is that right, Dorothy?
That's true, I'm afraid, yes.
Yeah, you've, of course, been involved in the National Party movement for a long time. You've just stood down. You made a reputation for being very involved in women's affairs. This election has got an extraordinary number of women candidates standing, and, of course, some of them have to be returned.
Well, yes. Well, of course, it pleases me immensely that the women are coming into Parliament, more so. But there's still a long way to go before it would satisfy me that there's anything like equal representation.
Would you think we can get to that?
Well, only on merit. I mean, that's the only way I want to see women there, on merit.
I suppose you'd be happy with what's happened in America with Fritz Mondale picking a...
Oh, very. I've already asked a commentator tonight if it's a good sign.
All right, can I ask you for one seat that you're keeping your eye on tonight, please?
Yes, well, because I always keep my eye on Cluth. That's my own, where I come from. But the seat I'll be looking for, really, I think, is Gisborne, is a seat I particularly want to see the outcome of.
All right, Dorothy McNabb, thanks very much. Incidentally, who do you think is going to get Gisborne, or is that a silly question?
No, it's not a silly question. It's a very good question. I think Bob will take it for National.
All right, smashing. Thank you, Dorothy McNabb. Don't go away, because we're going to want to talk to you later on in the evening. The progresses are starting to come in now. After the commercial break, we hope to have a prediction or two for you, but we'll be back very shortly.
I'll be home soon.
Let me talk to Mum.
Have you eaten yet?
Dad's fixed a great meal.
He has?
A meal so good. Kentucky Fried Chicken. So good.
Save some for me.
A meal so good. So good, and with those wholesome extras, it makes a real meal. It's so good. It's so good. It's finger-licking good. Kentucky Fried Chicken. A meal so good.
Smith & Smith stock all the leading brands of wallpaper, Vision, Ashley, House of York, plus an exclusive range of imported paper.
And hundreds of specials at Smith & Smith.
Thousands and thousands of patterns at Smith & Smith. In fact, we sell more rolls of wallpaper than anybody else in New Zealand.
And hundreds of specials at Smith & Smith.
at every one of our 35 stores.
36 stores nationwide.
35.
We've got it. Can Colgate really help repair tooth decay?
Sounds amazing.
We have conclusive proof that Colgate Fluorigard can actually help repair unseen weak spots. It's the early sign of tooth decay. Look, here's an X-ray photograph of early decay of the enamel. After regular brushing with Colgate Fluorigard, the weak spot is disappearing.
So, Fluorigard does two things. It helps repair early unseen decay, as well as toughening up teeth against decay.
Colgate Fluorigard. Only your dentist or dental nurse can give teeth a better fluoride treatment.
Jan Taylor, Miss Australia 1964. Now mother of 3 and still looking good.
I have to work at it.
How?
Well, the first thing is a really clean skin. I use soap and water, but it must be a mild soap, so I use palm olive.
All the skin-softening goodness of olive oil goes into new palm olive to pamper your skin, to keep it clean and healthy.
Sometimes they need scrubbing, but palm olive doesn't irritate their skin because it's so gentle.
New palm olive, the skin pamperer.
Think of this as information. It could be your company's single most important resource. ICL will help you harness the power of the computer to get your hands on that information. ICL will help you extract from a mass of data exactly what you need. Then ICL's distributed systems will help you pass that information from person to person. ICL will help you put the right information into the hands of the right people just when they need it. ICL. We should be talking to each other.
Save yourself time and treat the family by serving convenient, tasty Coleman self-sourcing spongy puds.
Coleman Spongy Puds. Delissimo, as always.
The Westpac Advantage Saver account gives you more than the usual handful of benefits. Because at Westpac, we're rolling our sleeves up to bring you better banking services.
Welcome back to Decision 84. In fact, we have a progress from Taranaki with just 2% of the vote counted there. National leading. That's really, as I say, almost so insignificant it's difficult to say anything about it. But
this, of course, is a seat where one of the sitting national cabinet ministers has resigned. Mr. Thompson resigned here, and Mr. Maxwell there seems as though he's going to hold on to the seat for National. Of course, we have to say at this very early stage of the evening, very, very small percentages of the vote counted, and we have no idea at this stage, of course, what sort of polling booths those results are coming from.
OK, Fred. Well, we showed you that just to show you that we are, in fact, getting the results to you as quickly as possible. At this stage of the evening, the only real indication of how things might go is contained in the public opinion polls, such as those conducted by Eyewitness News during the year. Of course, they don't measure or even predict what you, the voters, have done today, but the polls do give some indication of shifts in public opinion. From the 1981 election, the two major parties stayed more or less locked together for a year. They swapped positions last year, and this year Labour held a 7% lead the day after the snap election was announced. Social Credit steadily lost ground. The New Zealand Party started spectacularly, but slipped back. A week into the campaign, and Haylands polled 3 critical electorates. In East Coast Bays, Social Credit and Gary Knapp took a hammering, and National took a handy lead. In Ahariu, where Bob Jones lined up against National's Hugh Templeton, the poll 3 weeks ago showed Labour were well ahead of National. Bob Jones not really in the race, and the Social Credit vote had collapsed. And finally, in Eden, a similar picture with Labour well ahead of National's Aussie Malcolm, and neither Socred nor the New Zealand Party playing any sort of part. So just exactly what do these public opinion polls tell us? We've got political scientist Rod Alley in the studio. Rod, welcome along to Decision 84. What are public opinion polls really trying to do?
Well, I think when you talked about a shift and a trend, you put your finger on it, Rodney. It's a very important part of what polls can do for us. Over a period of time, they can indicate a trend in the movement of opinion. When the poll is taken, what they are doing is giving us a snapshot view of what voters are thinking. And I must say the pollsters are very careful to say that that is not predictive. What you can have happening, I think, in an election campaign is late shifts of opinion, which are not picked up. And in the hurly-burly of an election campaign, it is quite possible for quite significant shifts of opinion to occur, which the polls necessarily are not showing. I think the best example of that would be what happened in 1970 in the British general election. Everybody was predicting Labour would hang on under Harold Wilson. There was a marked shift of opinion. The Tories surged ahead. That was simply not picked up by the public opinion polls. Many of the pundits, many of the commentators were caught flat-footed by that. So the two things are, it's a snapshot picture of what opinion is saying. Secondly, we look at the polls to show a trend over time in terms of what that can tell us.
You've raised a couple of interesting points there. First of all, you haven't mentioned the New Zealand situation where the pundits and the polls have been wrong before.
Well, I think the polls are improving. I think perhaps in the case of Halen, social credit consistently have said that that discriminates against them because they don't poll below a certain level of population centre. And that is true because social credit has been strong in some of those smaller centres. I think over time, you compare both the main polls, NRB and Halen, we do get a fairly accurate picture.
One quick final question, Rod Alley. Is there a danger that public opinion polls could in fact lead public opinion?
This point is often made, but I think it cancels out because on the one hand, the public that is going to be swayed by the fact that a party seems to be in front, that factor may very well be cancelled out by the fact that the party that is behind then galvanises its forces into action. They work harder. They say to themselves, look, we're behind, we better work harder. I tend to think that after a period of time, when polls have now been with us for some time, the public is fairly sceptical as to whether or not these things really do influence what they do.
Well, I know that you're as interested as any politician in the outcome tonight. We'll be talking to you again a little later on.
One point before I go. Unlike your other guests who are coming on as part of the panel, I'm not a member of any political party, and prospects for joining are not very good.
OK, thank you, Rod Alley.
Well, the vote counting is starting to make a bit of progress in its own right, and progress now from Awarua. Here we've got 12% of the estimated vote already counted. There, the sitting MP, Rex Austin, quite comfortably ahead at this stage for National, 1181. Ahead of Barry Raitt for Labour, 607. And interesting there to see the way that the New Zealand Party is making some showing there. Not a large number of votes at this early stage, but some showing, and in fact ahead of Social Credit. In the South Island, Social Credit has not been strong in the past. This Awarua area is one area where they have had some sort of a showing. So there, progress at this stage from Awarua, 12% of the vote counted, and Rex Austin in front. Colin James, are we really seeing anything significant yet in the election?
Not yet. It's normally the smaller booths tend to report first, and therefore, and they tend in an electorate like Awarua, which was divided between Invercargill and the countryside. They're probably likely to be countryside electorates, booths, and therefore likely to be national favouring. We don't have any indicator booths in yet from Awarua, so we can't offer any particular advice. So I would be cautious about drawing any conclusions from this yet.
So Labour's strength in this particular Awarua electorate is in the Invercargill city area, and one would expect that those particular booths will declare later.
Yes, around about half of the electorate is Invercargill, the southern part of Invercargill and the northern part. It sort of goes around Invercargill and takes a chunk out of the bottom and a chunk out of the top. You add to that the waterside town of Bluff as well. It tends to have a sort of urban feel to it.
Colin, thanks.
OK, we're standing by now to zip down to Christchurch, down into a Labour stronghold, in fact, where one of the characters of the campaign and somebody who's given a lot of pleasure to satirists David McPhail and John Gadby is ready to talk to us. We're going down to Christchurch North and Mike Moore. Good evening, Mike. How are you?
Hi.
Well, that's a great response. Are they clapping you or me down there? Down in Lamberger country, Mike, tell us a little bit about your involvement in the campaign. We saw you at the very start, the day after the snap election, rolling up in a truck and meeting David Longy. What have you been doing since then?
Well, I've been organising the operations room alongside our campaign committee, and we've just been using that and our technology and our information to send that around to the leader and to our team. And that's what we've done, and I think we've done it with great skill and success. We have in our organisation some of the most talented people in politics in this country, and their skills have been showing through all week, 3 weeks.
Mike, how much time have you actually spent in the electorate? It used to be called Papanui, it's now called Christchurch North. How much time have you spent in your electorate?
Well, the polls are close, I can tell you. Very little this time, and as a person who's been brought up on marginal milk, I feel rather guilty about that. But my people have covered for me for 3 weeks, And really in 3 weeks I can't convince people that I'm something I'm not, and I can't in 3 weeks convince them that I haven't got the warts I have. So my people have carried me, and I'm very grateful to them. They're magnificent, and they have freed me up to work through the campaign in the country, but mostly, of course, based in Wellington.
Have you been in touch with any of the other Labour Party candidates today? What sort of mood are they in?
Oh, everyone's feeling extremely good about it. Everyone knows we have done everything we can, and you don't worry about things you cannot change. The polls are closed. We've worked on accurate information. We have done everything possible, and I think that people are feeling quietly good about that. They know that the Labour Party organisation throughout the country has made great sacrifices, and the leader has performed extremely well, and I think the public just want a change. They've had enough, and they'll show that in the next hour and a half.
OK, one final question. Is John Gadsby with you tonight?
No.
Have you got anything you want to say to him if he's watching?
No, I just say that there may be, a trade post that he could help us with in Chad or Afghanistan or something like that.
All right, Mike Mooring, Christchurch North, thank you very much.
Another progress now, a very early one from the North Island seat of Raglan. Raglan at 3% of the estimated vote counted. At this time, the sitting National MP, Simon Upton, a young member of the House, in front, 253 against the Labour vote there, 201. Again, the New Zealand Party, in fact, showing up somewhat better than Social Credit, but very, very early at this stage for Simon Upton. And East Coast Bays, I think now we've got a predicted result from the computer on East Coast Bays, Social Credit holding that. Gary Knapp, well, that would be a turn-up for the books, because polls a week or so ago were indicating that Mr Knapp might be in some trouble. Maybe we could just ask Colin James at this stage to comment on the predicted result from the computer on East Coast Bays.
Well, with any predictions, we make them with a certain degree of trepidation, Fred. I think your comment on the polls, there was a second poll taken in East Coast Bays which had a narrower margin for Murray McCully, the national candidate, over Gary Knapp, and that perhaps suggested that the gap might be closing. And so, well, if it has closed, then that's the way our prediction has read it.
Colin, thanks.
So that may well explain why we can't get hold of Gary Knapp at the moment. We're back after the commercial break with some more progress results and some more information from Decision 84. Back shortly.
When you want that summer sun, or to give a special treat, to steal the show, it's time to go and leave that one-way street. When days have flown, my how they've grown, and your future famous dancer. When you need us, we'll be waiting, because Bangkok is the answer. It's the one to let you run your life the way you should today. Bangkok's the answer.
How powerful is the new, bigger engine Holden Rodeo? Powerful enough to push the whole Rodeo range. Pickups, cab chassis, 2- and 4-wheel drives. Rodeo's rugged new 2-litre engine, ready to deliver up power of work, ready to deliver up power of fun. New Holden Rodeo, very pushy. Experience Rodeo's extra power at your General Motors dealer.
Suede, soft, luxurious, with a look uniquely its own. Now there's a suede look for walls. Dulux Wash and Wear Vinyl Mat. It's beautiful and utterly practical, because the unique technology from Dulux makes this matte paint one that won't bruise or mark, won't shine when you clean it. Wash and Wear Vinyl Mat can cover all your old wallpaper, and it comes in a superb range of colours. Wash and Wear Vinyl Mat. It's the suede look paint for walls from Dulux.
Welcome to my Caltex Gold service station. It's one of the 120 specially appointed Caltex Gold stations around the country. Our service is slick, exact prices are guaranteed, And your lubrication and oil change is professional.
The Caltex Gold July Special, a workshop tune-up, plus new Champion plugs, plus new Lucas points, plus new car wash brush, all for $39.
Only at Caltex Gold. Service you'll take a shine to.
The team's big day, and wouldn't you know it, the coach has got a cold. But he knows Coldrex will see him through the game. You see, each Coldrex capsule contains hundreds of tiny granules, timed to dissolve slowly, giving 12 hours sustained relief from head cold miseries. When people are depending on you, you can depend on Coldrex. Coldrex goes on working while you do. Coldrex capsules and tablets, available from chemists everywhere.
Welcome back to Decision 84, everybody. While you're away, we have a progress result just come in from Marlborough, an extra where Fred and I are particularly interested, of course, where the sitting member, Doug Kidd, is leading just at the moment from George MacDonald, the Labour candidate there. That's with only 8% of the vote counted. But one of the interesting things there, as Fred's just pointed out, is that the New Zealand Party has polled 208. It's early stages yet, but Doug Kidd leading in Marlborough. Rangatiki, this is the electorate we were talking about just before we went to the commercial break, and after 7% of the vote, a progress result here, Mr. Beetham is trailing at the moment. Now that goes against what we heard just a moment ago, Fred.
Well, it does, but of course we have to emphasise 7% of the vote in. We've no idea at this stage which particular booths are reporting, so we can't say whether these are booths from a part of the electorate which would be expected to favour Mr Marshall or to favour Mr Beetham. So 7% of the vote counted. I think we have to say, OK, it's interesting to look at this stage, but it doesn't really mean a great deal to
Dennis
us.
Marshall leading Bruce Beetham there in Rangatiki. And we've got an Awarua progress now. If we're going to slip down south down there, with 22% of the vote counted in Awarua, Rex Austin is leading quite comfortably over Barry Raitt. This is our most southern electorate, isn't it, Fred?
It is indeed, and it's one in which social credit, as far as the South Island is concerned, has had a presence in the past.
OK, thanks, Fred. Well, our studio guest now on Decision 84 is former president of the Social Credit Political League, George Bryant. We're no relation, although it's nothing personal, George. That result for the progress from Rangatiki, does it tell us anything?
I don't think it means much. It probably comes from the first results probably come from the outer Rangatiki area, the strong farming area way out in the outbacks, and which would probably favour National anyway.
But let's go to the East Coast Bay's progress that we had just before the commercial break. Which,
yes, I'm not surprised at that, because since I think the Halen poll of National ahead 9% probably shook former social credit voters into action. And since then, there has been another poll done by the organisation themselves, the social credit people, checked independently by a political scientist at Auckland University, and that showed social credit ahead.
Of course, Gary Knapp has been a very hard worker in the electorate, from what I can gather up there.
Deputy leader, excellent candidate, hard worker in the area, and presents a very good image, so I'm not surprised that he should be ahead at this stage.
George Bryant, are there other seats that you'd like to pinpoint tonight? I know that Mr Beetham has indicated there are something like a dozen seats where he expects social credit to make an impact, but if there are two or three that you'd like to point us towards?
Well, I would hope that, first of all, East Coast Bays and Rangatiki, but Pakuranga is the third vital one. It needs only a 3.8% swing there to social credit for Neil Morrison to take that seat. They're only 1,000 votes behind. Now, anything can happen, of course. It depends on the influence of the New Zealand Party and how many social credit votes go to Labour, but that's the next one to watch. The fourth one to watch, I think, is Bay of Islands, where social credit's only 468 votes behind after the boundary changes and the last election.
All right, we'll give you 4 seats to look at tonight, and we'll be talking to you a little later on, George Bryant.
If you want a fifth one, Waitotra, have a look.
Waitotra, thank you.
Some more progress is coming in now, still early days, but progress from Taranaki. 5% of the vote count there. Maxwell for National comfortably in front, 656. Waters for Labour, 170. Macready for the New Zealand Party, 91. Kirk, Social Credit, 70. Tasman, a progress from Sir Wallace Rowling's electorate, 9% of the estimated vote count there, and at this stage, National fractionally in front. Maybe we could come back and talk to Sir Wallace a little later about that when we have a bit more of the vote in. But National currently in front in the Labour-held seat of Tasman. Selwyn now on the southern borders of Christchurch metropolitan area, a bit of country round it too. Selwyn, Ruth Richardson for National, in front there more than comfortably at this stage, but only 10% of the vote counted, so we'll have to wait a little longer before we can confirm that Ruth Richardson has that seat. East Coast Bays now, another progress from East Coast Bays, one which our computer is predicting will be held by Social Credit. Now with 13% of the estimated vote count in, Gary Knapp there showing up reasonably comfortably ahead, 1239, and Murray McCulley for National 907. Early stages still, but 13% of the vote counted. Waitaki now, a progress result from Waitaki, an estimated 10% of the vote counted there. And of course this is regarded as one of the seats that Labour feel they have to win if they're going to become the government tonight, one that National would of course dearly love to hold on to make sure that they don't lose the government benches. Cabinet Minister Jonathan Elworthy in front now, 837, Labour 597. That's with 10% of the estimated vote count.
All right, Fred, we've actually got Jonathan Elworthy down there in Oamaru at the Oamaru Bridge Club. We're going to have a word with him as he stands by, and having just seen that progress with 10%, what's your immediate reaction, Mr Elworthy?
Rodney, we've realised from the beginning we've got a battle in this marginal seat. The team have worked extraordinarily hard, and that result is showing up in the figures so far. We're going to hold this seat.
Mr Elworthy, what are the issues down there in Waitaki?
The issues are the national ones. We haven't really been arguing too much about local issues. My impression, though, is that people in this part of the country haven't been strongly persuaded by the big words and the fancy phrases. They have their feet on the ground, and they're realists. And it seems to me they're going to stick with the ship.
Oh, I didn't see you down there at the public meeting that I was at a couple of weeks ago, Mr Elworthy. How much time have you managed to spend in the electorate?
I've been in the electorate every day of the campaign. That particular night I had a very successful meeting away up in Tekapo, Rodney. You may know where that is. We had a huge meeting in the pub up there, and they are strongly our way up that end of the electorate.
I've heard something while I was down in Oamaru about the port down there. That has become something of an issue, hasn't it?
Well, it was in the past. It was a major issue during the last three-year term, and we had quite a major victory on that one. We persuaded the Ports Authority to allow the harbour to be developed when the cement comes on stream, and so that was a real plus in this electorate campaign.
All right, now I know you've got enough problems down there yourself, but if there's one other seat that you're looking at tonight, what would that be?
One other seat apart from this one?
Yes.
My friend Warren Cooper over the boundary, and he's fine.
OK, thank you very much, Mr Elworthy, down there in Oamaru in your Waitaki electorate.
OK, thank you.
Another progress now from an interesting seat in the North Island, the Gisborne seat, a progress from Gisborne with an estimated 5% of the vote counted. Sitting National MP Mr Bell ahead at this stage, 575. Alan Wallbank, who's making his third attempt on the seat for Labour, 272. Very early days yet, but Mr Bell ahead comfortably after 5% of the vote count in the Gisborne seat, which technically, at least on paper after the boundary changes, is Labour. Fendleton now, the only Christchurch city seat currently held by the government, and Philip Burden there, the government MP, sitting government MP, moderately comfortably ahead at this stage, but only 4% of the vote count. These vote counts at this stage for most of the seats we're looking at are still very early, probably only one or two booths in. Hawke's Bay progress now, 21% of the vote in here, and the Speaker of the House, Sir Richard Harrison, more than 800, almost 800, I beg your pardon, in front at this stage of the Labour candidate, Mr Sutton. Quite a reasonable showing there by the New Zealand Party, which we might hopefully be able to discuss with a studio guest fairly soon. Another progress now, and Invercargill, the southern provincial city of Invercargill. There, the Labour candidate, Mr Dougal Soper, marginally in front of the sitting MP, Norman Jones. At this early stage, 31% of the vote counted there, though, so it's starting to look as though that Invercargill seat might be, well, quite a close one, Rodney, for the rest of the evening.
Yes, that's a little bit interesting, that, isn't it?
Well, we have a chance now to go across to Brett Dumbleton, who's standing by at in Wellington at
Yes,
national
indeed. Thanks very much,
headquarters.
Fred. Right in the heart of Wellington City, the capital, just across the road from the Town Hall, Sir Michael Fowler Centre. Here at the National Party headquarters, the atmosphere is really starting to build up now. Perhaps the busiest people so far this evening have been the people putting up those early results on the board here at headquarters, but more and more people now gathered around the television as those early and very interesting results come in. Also here, of course, Party President Sue Wood, to whom we've already spoken this evening. Some of the candidates coming in now, Don Crosby from Miramar and Rosemary Young-Rouse from that highly key marginal of Wellington Central. That'll be one of the seats in which there'll be particular interest here tonight at National Party headquarters. We'll keep you up to date with progress as we see it here. Meanwhile, back to the studio.
Thanks, Brett. Well, we're going to go now to talk to Jim Greenhoff, who's at the Labour Party headquarters in Wellington.
Well, Rodney, things are really starting to buzz here at Labour Party headquarters in Wellington. People came in very restrained, I think like everyone around the country, waiting for results. And then as this room also doubles as the Wellington Central headquarters, and results started to go up on the board from the individual polling booths, big roar of approval as most of those results, all of them in fact, I think, showed the Labour candidate well ahead. So they're looking quite good for Wellington Central. John Wybrow, the General Secretary of the Labour Party, how do you think you're doing overall?
Oh, quite pleased with the early results coming in. It's very early to predict everything yet, but gratified with Wellington Central. We're knocking them to blazes there. And I think in some of the other margins that we're looking for progress results today, taking into account where the results are coming from, are very encouraging.
There seemed to be quite a cheer of support when the Invercargill result went up. Labour's ahead there too.
Yes, that's very encouraging. We expect big things of Dougal's paper. I think he's got Mr Jones done tonight.
Mr Wybrow, thanks very much. And this is Jim Greenhoff at the Wellington Labour Party headquarters.
Well, the evidence of a few more glasses having been charged there in the capital at least. All right, we're going to take a slight break just here. We'll be back in just a moment.
Get on top of that meat appetite with a Moro. New Zealand's best value bar, by far. Get more go on Moro. The goodness of milk, glucose, creamy caramel, and thick Cadbury chocolate.
Get more go on Moro.
Carpet your home now, and Smith & Brown will give you the underlay free. Free Sovereign Foam underlay with every stock carpet purchase, $85.95 a metre and over. Choose from New Zealand's largest range. Conquero Berber, Autumn Elegance, Alcazar Berber, Regal Twist, Morning Cloud, all with free underlay. But be quick. Offer ends Wednesday, 25th of July.
Smith & Brown, be pleased you saw us first.
Many investments only pay you interest on your savings. Government Life's new VIP investment plan does much more than that. They put my money directly into high-performing investments, like property, shares and industry, as well as government-guaranteed stock. So, I not only earn interest, but I also receive a share of those assets. And as they grow in value, so does my investment. In the first 9 months, it grew by over 30% after tax. Government Life VIP investment plan. It's turned me into a very smart investor.
Now, Bill was in a bit of strife. Never built a deck in his life. But the pressure from his beloved wife. You could have cut the hair with a knife. Knowing placemakers would understand, Bill walks in and says, "Fellas, I need a hand. We'll help you do it just the way you planned. Or use a tradesman from our stand." You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. At placemakers, there's nothing to it. You can do it. You can. And we've the finance to help you through it. You can do it. You can do it. I can do it. Of course you can do it. Bill was amazed at what he could do. He certainly impressed a neighbour or two. With Placemakers' help, he saw it through. Now the wife wants to build a barbecue. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. At Placemakers, of course you can do it.
What's the exciting new dish from Watties that gives you classic tenderness, rich creamy cheese, delicious ham flavour? It's Watties' new blue ribbon cordon bleu schnitzel. Just 6 minutes from freezer to table. Also new beef schnitzel. How could you make these crisp and golden French fries tastier? These delicious oven chips? These traditional straight-cut chips?
It must be Watties.
You'd make them Watties Choice Chips.
Welcome back to Decision 84. We've just had a message from National Party headquarters in Tamaki that the Prime Minister, Sir Robert Muldoon, has just arrived. There must be a big crowd there because we're still having difficulty getting our links in place up there, but we do promise you that a little later in the evening we will be bringing you pictures from that. While you're away, we've had a couple of progress results in, and we'd like to bring you that news from Rangiora, where 13% of the vote counted shows that Jim Gerard, of course this is the seat that Derek quickly gave up just on the announcement of the snap election. Jim Gerard is holding that seat at the moment for National. Brian Tomlinson, the Labour Party candidate, and the Bill Gardner, the New Zealand Party candidate there, who's made a significant showing, Fred.
Yes, indeed. In fact, it does seem that, as much as we can tell at this very early stage, that the circumstances of the departure of Mr Quigley don't really seem to have hurt the National case too much in Rangiora. But again, 13% of the vote counted. We're not really clear on which booths have declared. They're probably the smaller ones. They may not be giving us an accurate indication of the margin between the parties.
Another progress from Hastings this time. And that tells us that
David Butcher there, 375. Right. The National Party candidate pushing him reasonably close at this stage, but this is a very, very early count, only 4%. It's probably only one, maybe two booths in. So very early in Hastings, but Mr Butcher ahead at this stage. Manurewa, where Roger Douglas is the sitting MP, more than comfortably ahead at this stage with 12% of the estimated vote counted.
Timaru progress now, where Sir Basil Arthur holds the seat for Labour, but with 11% of the vote counted there, he's trailing.
Well, this, of course, is one of the seats where the boundary changes have actually worked against Labour, and there's a rural area in the seat now. One might assume that it's possibly the smaller rural booths which are declaring first, which would certainly help Mr McTeague. But at the moment, Mr McTeague ahead of sitting Labour MP Sir Basil Arthur.
It's been very busy in Timaru, of course. A lot of National Party people have been through Timaru, and they've put a lot of effort into that, haven't they?
Yes, and the percentages of the vote there for Social Credit and the New Zealand Party are a little lower than we've seen elsewhere, which might indicate that where there's a really tight fight by the major parties, the minor parties are getting a little more
We've got
squeezed.
a very interesting progress now from Hamilton West, where Mike Minogue, the man who's well known for his standing up to the Prime Minister, after 30% of the vote there, Trevor Mallard, the Labour Party candidate, is leading Mike Minogue. Now, this was always going to be an interesting seat, and you and I have got differing opinions on this one, Fred.
Well, it's one of the ones that Colin identified earlier on that we should watch, so certainly with 13% of the vote counted, we ought to be looking at seats like Hamilton West. And there, well, Mike Minogue, a very well-known national figure, at this stage trailing by about 100 votes, with 13% of the estimated voting day vote counted.
Of course, the imponderable there was whether Mr Minogue's opposition to the Prime Minister was going to help him or hinder his election night chances.
Too early yet, really, to say.
Ohariu.
Now, Ohariu, which of course is where another National Cabinet Minister has a fight on his hands, where the New Zealand Party leader, Bob Jones, is actually standing against him. Mr Dunn, the Labour candidate, in front at this stage by 550, 7% of the vote count, so it's not a lot. Mr Templeton has known for some time he's had a fight in his hands here, and it looks as though, on the early votes at least, Mr Jones seems to be picking up very nearly as much as Mr Templeton.
Our studio guest now on Decision 84 is somebody who's got a very real interest in that Ohariu progress. It's Mike Bungay, who is the New Zealand Party candidate for Miramar, but your party leader, of course, standing there in Ohariu. What, so far, have you managed to take out of tonight's progress results?
Well, Ohariu is the one of our main chances of scoring heavily, and of course Bob Jones is scoring heavily. Overall, the New Zealand Party are polling very well indeed. I mean, in most seats they're burying Social Credit, and they're polling very well indeed. Something in excess of 10%, I would think.
A lot of people have thought that the New Zealand Party has been something of a diversion during the campaign, that it's been very entertaining, but that they wouldn't make any showing at all on election night. How serious are New Zealand Party people about carrying on the fight after tonight?
Oh, they're here to stay, and I mean, there's nothing more certain than that. And what is going to happen tonight is I think the New Zealand Party are going to ensure a Labour government by default, and I think the New Zealand Party are definitely here to stay.
All right, Mike Bungay, we've got 3 progress results. You might be interested in watching this, so we'll be back and talk to you shortly.
Well, one progress, first of all, with a lot of interest in it, New Plymouth. Progress from New Plymouth. A lot of the Think Big projects, of course, up there. 16% of the estimated vote count in so far, and the sitting National Cabinet Minister, Tony Friedlander, in front at this stage from Ida Gaskin, New Zealand's mastermind. We'll look with considerable interest at this New Plymouth seat through the course of the evening. Again, as far as we're able to judge, in seats where there's a real fight between the major parties, the minor parties are getting squeezed a little more than they are in the other seats where the result is more clear. We have a prediction now, a prediction by our computer that Labour will hold Gisborne. Remember that at the moment the sitting MP for Gisborne is Bob Bell, but the boundary changes have gone against him, and we're predicting now that Alan Wallbank will hold the seat of Gisborne. Another prediction, Invercargill. Our computer predicts that Invercargill will be held by National. Norman Jones down there has held the seat for National since 1975. Our computer prediction that Norman Jones will hold on to Invercargill for National. Marlborough, another prediction here, Doug Kidd. Our computer predicts that Marlborough will be held by Doug Kidd for National. Well, now at this stage, with those predictions in, perhaps we can talk to Colin James and say, on the early stages at this stage, you must be starting to get a few indicator booths in. We're starting to get a few computer predictions coming through. Where do we actually look as though we're going tonight?
So far those are 3 standstill. In fact, all of the predictions we've had so far are holding predictions. But one thing, the overall picture does begin to look, with about 40 booths in, it does begin to look as though there is a significant swing to Labour across the country.
So that's not yet showing up in predictions for actual seats, but the individual polling booths totalled up that we have in so far indicate a swing towards the opposition, towards Labour.
Towards Labour, yes, a significant swing.
All right, in fact, we've got the biggest progress result that we've had tonight, with 59% of the vote counted in Awarua. We're going down to New Zealand's southernmost electorate, where Rex Austin is holding a very slender lead with 59% of the vote counted there over Barry Raitt. Wellington Central, a progress after 22% of the vote counted there. The sitting member there, Fran Wild, just comfortably ahead, I suppose, at this stage, but with 22% of the vote in, it's a little difficult to sort of be dogmatic about that.
Considering that this is theoretically one of Labour's most marginal seats, with 22% of the vote counted, Fran Wild will probably be quite happy to be that far ahead. In fact, we've got a prediction now from the computer on Wellington Central. Our prediction is that Labour will hold Wellington Central. Glenfield, I believe we can have a look at a progress for Glenfield. Early days there, they are still not counting quite as fast as they were down in Awarua, Rodney. No. Schnauer for National, 630. Keel for Labour, 555. West for the New Zealand Party, 234. And Trubshaw Social Credit, 169. That's with 8% of the vote counted up there in Glenfield. Hamilton East, one of the seats we're particularly keen to follow tonight. Labour there in front. Mr Dillon for Labour in front, 1-2-1-3. Dr Shearer, sitting National MP and Cabinet Minister, of course, behind at this early stage with 880 votes. Still early days, but 14% of the vote counted. It must start to be reasonably significant. So Mr Dillon there, currently heading Dr Ian Shearer.
We have a Rangatiki progress, Fred, with 22% of the vote counted just there. Dennis Marshall from National is leading the sitting member and leader of the Social Credit Party, Bruce Beetham, with 22% of the vote counted. Dennis Marshall about 650 votes ahead at the moment. We have also a progress from West Auckland. West Auckland with 15% of the vote counted, with Jack Elder leading Dale Jones, and there's probably no more unfortunate sitting member than Dale Jones, because this seat has really been mucked about for him, hasn't it?
Yes, indeed. This is one of the 2 seats where sitting MPs actually had the boundaries go against them, so that in theory they were behind before voting started. Dale Jones there saw a majority, which has always been rather slim for him, slip away, so that theoretically this was a Labour seat at the beginning of the evening. 15% of the vote counted, Labour ahead in West Auckland. Vale of Islands now the most northerly seat in the country. Estimated vote count of 9% so far there. And Neil Austin for National in front, 584. McIntyre for Labour, 362. Les Hunter for Social Credit, 329. This has always been a seat where Social Credit's had a very high image, and not really good news there for Les Hunter at this early stage. Christchurch North, a progress with 17% of the vote counted. Mike Moore of Labour comfortably in front at this early stage. 17% of the vote counted. Mike Moore in front in Christchurch North. Christchurch Central, progress there with 15% of the vote counted. The Labour Party Deputy Leader, Jeff Palmer, well in front, 1737. No surprise there.
A couple of solicitors there, Tony Willie and Geoffrey Palmer.
And back to Colin James now to see what we can predict at this stage.
Well, we've now got 1/3 of our indicator booths in, and they're suggesting about a 6% swing to Labour. That would be enough for Labour to form a government, and that seems to be underscored. Our computer is saying that Hawke's Bay and Rangiora, which are seats that need around about that sort of swing to fall, are on the knife edge. So it does begin to look as though there is developing a swing to Labour in this election.
Colin, thanks.
We've got a Miramar progress, Fred, while you've been talking to Colin over there, and of course Mike Bungie will be paying particular attention to this because this is where he's standing. And Peter Nielsen, the Labour candidate, is leading at the moment from Don Crosby. Mike Bungay, I'm sure he'd be heartened by that. He's made some sort of impact out there, obviously. And of course John Kirk is the wild card there. Mr. Kirk, the independent, with just 5 votes at the moment after 30% of the vote counted.
Pakuranga now, a progress from Pakuranga. Estimated 14% of the vote counted, and this, of course, is a seat which Social Credit's had its eye on for a while. Certainly on the basis of the early count, it seems like their hopes, they're still high. Morrison there, the Social Credit candidate, 1182. The sitting MP, Pat Hunt for National, 834. The prominent New Zealand Party member there, Grierson, 478, and Williams for Labour, 411.
Whangarei, up north, we're heading up there towards Marsden Point country. We have a progress from Whangarei with 7% of the vote counted. It shows us that the sitting member, John Banks, is leading in Whangarei. I don't think there's too much significance about that at the moment, but of course Barbara Magner, who'll be remembered by a lot of television viewers around New Zealand, especially up north, is fighting him for his seat up there in Whangarei. After 7% of the vote counted...
One interesting point there, Rodney, is that Manamotohake, this is one of the few general seats that they're contesting, and at this early stage it seems that Manamotohake is not making any significant impact in Whangarei. Horowhenua progress now, estimated vote count at 5%, so still early days there. Sitting MP, Mr Thompson, 617, ahead of Labour's 340. Hastings now, a progress with 21% of the vote counted. Labour's Butcher, David Butcher, sitting there and appears to be moving towards holding the seat, about 700 in front at this stage, with 1/5 of the vote counted. New Plymouth now, progress result, 41% of the vote in. Tony Friedlander still ahead, about 800 votes ahead.
Ida Gaskin, Mastermind, I'm told that the bumper stickers up there have changed from Think Big to Think Granny. We'll have to wait and see just exactly how successful that campaign's been. We'll be back after this commercial break.
To know Hertz is to know the sheer driving pleasure of advanced models like the brilliant Honda Accord EX, with the new 12-valve cross-flow engine offering 25% more power. And to know us is to experience courteous, efficient service. More people going places are discovering the Hertz and Honda Accord EX difference every day. To know us is to love us.
You can do it. You can do it. Of course you can do it.
Here's home insulation help just for July. Save $150 on every household of Pink Super Bats, and you could win this Nissan 1.5 Super C worth over $15,000. See Placemakers now for these no-risk bats benefits. Just for July, save $150 off every household of Super Bats, and be in the Bat Super Draw this month only at Placemakers.
At Placemakers, of course you can do it.
Welcome back to Decision 84. Dunedin West now. We have a progress from Dunedin West. Their estimated vote count at this stage, 9%. Matthewson for Labour, 891. Russell for National, 442. McDonnell, Independent Labour. Mr McDonnell, of course, and theoretically is the sitting MP here, and he's got 298 votes at this stage. Colin, any comment that we could make at all about this Dunedin West progress at the moment?
Well, I think it indicates that, although it's very early days, that's not one of our critical seats, so we don't have indicator booths there. But that result, I think, suggested that Dunedin West is likely to stay Labour. And I think probably we can, however, go a bit wider than that, and we can probably at this stage, I think, at the risk of finishing up with egg on our faces later in the evening, we can probably predict a Labour government.
Well, we have some more progresses coming through now, and the first of those for the Bay of Islands with 23% of the vote counted. Neil Austin quite comfortably in front, and interesting there, the way the other three parties are almost level pegging, Rodney. It seems that the split of the vote between the other three parties is going to let Neil Austin have a reasonably comfortable majority.
Yes, of course, Social Credit were very keen to do well here, and even the New Zealand Party were making some noises about this seat, but it does look as though that vote's been split there. And Mr Austin is going to be the beneficiary of that.
Invercargill, another progress, getting well on now in Invercargill. They seem to be able to count quite fast there down in the south. 70% of the estimated vote count. Mr Jones, Norman Jones, ahead at this, 5802. Labour's Dougal Sober, 5389. The New Zealand Party, 1097. And Social Credit, 537. Another progress now. North Shore, progress for North Shore with 14% of the vote counted. Mr Gare there, about 300 ahead at this early stage with 14% of the vote counted. Well, now we have a chance to talk to one of the candidates who's sitting right on the edge of a marginal seat, Ozzy Malcolm, back in Auckland in his Eden electorate. How are things looking now that we're an hour or so into the count?
The trend that seems to be showing up is that in Eden, Social Credit's collapsing and going to Labour, and the New Zealand Party is just taking a slice off the top that I think is giving Labour a head start here in Eden.
You say Labour ahead slightly at this stage. Are you, in fact, at the point of conceding the seat?
No, not yet, but the trend that's coming through from the booth so far indicates a collapse of Social Credit to Labour, and then the New Zealand Party having a spoiling effect at the other end of the scale.
Did you actually anticipate that the New Zealand Party would have this sort of effect for you?
No, I don't think that most thinking people took them too seriously, because most of the things they've been saying are simply not correct. But apparently that's not true, and some people have taken them seriously, and it's doing damage.
Well, you're not conceding at this point, so obviously we don't yet have an answer on the seat. We'll be very keen to come back to you a little later in the evening and see how things are going. Mr. Malcolm, thank you very much indeed.
Oh, thank you very much. We've in fact got a Selwyn progress here. Before we go to that, we'll take a Selwyn progress with 34% of the vote counted. We show that Ruth Richardson, in fact, is comfortably holding off the challenge there of the Labour candidate. All right, we've gone from one very marginal seat that Colin James identified earlier in the evening to another one, to Miramar, where the sitting member for Labour is Peter Nielsen. He's ready to talk to us now. Mr Nielsen, what are the indications for Miramar for you at the moment? If you can hear above the applause there. It's almost as difficult as that night we had in the Beehive on Thursday, but I'll just repeat the question in case you didn't hear. Just exactly what are the indications for you in Miramar at the moment? Have you got any idea what's happening?
Well, quite clearly what's happening is that the vote is being split quite clearly in Labour's favour, with the dribs and drabs being taken by National and the New Zealand Party.
Have you got any idea at all what sort of vote turnout there was in your seat today?
Well, the indications are that it was a very high turnout on our records.
And was the Labour Party responsible for getting a large measure of that vote out? Because I visited the electorate this morning and there were a lot of red rosettes around. You seemed busy.
Well, I think we were the only political organisation in the seat on the day, and that showed up in the result.
The New Zealand Party candidate, Mike Bungay, has been talking to us here in the Decision 84 studio tonight. Have you got any messages for him about the New Zealand Party organisation out there today?
Well, I think that Mr Bungay's career has been based on convincing 12 people that the government's case isn't sound, He did that successfully, but that didn't translate into votes for his party.
We've asked all the people who've appeared on the programme so far what it is they're looking for, which seat they're particularly looking for tonight. Apart from your own, which one are you looking at?
I've got particular interest in what's happening in Plymouth because I think it's one of the key indicators of how well Labor's doing and whether we'll have a government that can stay there for some time.
All right, in Miramar, Peter Nielsen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Progress is coming in now. The vote count is starting to mount. Manurewa, a progress now from Manurewa. 45% of the vote been counted there on our count. Douglas for Labour, a sitting Labour MP there, one of the senior members of the Labour team, 4368. And Leenstra for National 1890, Jack for New Zealand Party 857, Kilford Social Credit 397. Doesn't look as though Mr Douglas has too much trouble there. West Auckland, one of the interesting seats where Dale Jones is standing. Mr Elder there, Labour 4343. Mr Jones well behind now at this stage with 44% of the vote counted, 3008. Waitaki, 38% of the vote counted, and sitting National Cabinet Minister Jonathan Elworthy still in front, but not by a lot at this stage.
It's obviously going to be very close
2937.
down there, in spite of what Mr Elworthy was telling us a little earlier. It's going to be a lot closer. Of course, it was very close last time, and the New Zealand Party there have taken 670 votes, presumably, away from him.
Well, we are not able to say that at this stage. Certainly the social credit vote is not showing up very well at all in Waitaki, so we'll have to analyse that a little later.
Kaipara. Now, we've got some interesting candidates here that I don't know whether you want to talk about this, but there's a progress after 13 seats with Lockwood Smith, well-known television personality and local boy made good, leading at the moment after 13% of the vote is counted. This, of course,
probably the most significant thing here is that social credit is not showing up in seats like Kaipara, which traditionally it has had a big presence in. So that presumably would be helping people like Mr Smith to open up majorities like that at this still quite early stage of the vote.
From Kaipara to Kapiti, and this was a cliffhanger last time, and it's fairly tight again after 18% of the vote counted there. The Labour sitting member, Margaret Shields, is just hanging on, but 18%, that's one of those things that we're going to have to wait a lot longer for.
We've got a prediction coming up now. Our computer predicts that, in fact, Waitaki, where we saw a progress result just a short while ago showing Jonathan Elworthy marginally in front, our computer predicts on the basis of the booths in now that, in fact, Mr Elworthy will lose that seat. Mr Elworthy was quite confident earlier on that things weren't looking too bad for him. Our computer says that Labour will gain Waitaki from National.
Jim Sutton to take Labour for Waitaki, a predicted result.
A progress now from Pakuranga, 36% of the votes counted in Pakuranga, and very, very close now between Social Credit and the sitting MP, Pat Hunt. In fact, there's really no gap there between them at all, with 36% of the vote in. Interesting that the New Zealand Party candidate there,
Joe
Grierson, there is 1343, a fairly significant showing there, and Labour beaten right down into fourth place in Pakuranga. Well, now back to Colin James, who's been keeping an eye on the computer and looking at those indicator booths which tell us the way the country might go. Colin, anything we can say at this stage that might give us a guide as to the final result for the evening?
Well, I think with each new set of indicator results that come in, it seems to firm up that prediction we made of a Labour government before. That Waitaki result, our indicator booths, we've got 4 in out of 5 there, showing about a 4% swing to Labour. And that would give, that's well above what it needs to take that seat. We don't yet have an accurate and detailed prediction for the number of seats that each party will win, but we hope to bring you that quite soon.
Colin, thanks.
We're heading north up the country from the capital here at Decision 84 headquarters up to Auckland, where Richard Harman is standing by at the Mangere Labour Party headquarters.
There's no sign of David Longy here yet, but judging from the noise we hear from the crowd every time a Labour result, which shows Labour ahead, comes up on one of the television screens here, there's a loud amount of applause and a lot of cheering, and there's certainly a mood of rising... there's certainly a mood of rising and optimism in this headquarters. Now, last election, they had their election night party in David Longy's own house. But such is the interest tonight, of course, now that David Longy is leader of the party, that everybody's here including international journalists, Australian television crews, Australian newspaper reporters here tonight. So we're still waiting for David Longy here at Mangere, and in the meantime it's back to the election centre at Avalon.
Richard Harmon there among the balloons at Mangere.
No red ones.
No red ones, no red ones there. Strange that maybe. Fendleton, a progress report from Fendleton now. 20% of the vote has been counted in Fendleton. The sitting National MP, Philip Burden, 1867. Dobson for Labour, 1602. And Radley for the New Zealand Party, 414. Social Credit, only 83 votes so far, with 20% of the vote counted in Fendleton.
Well, we're going to another northern headquarters now. We're going to go to East Coast Bays, where Gary Knapp has been facing a very strong challenge, and he's standing by to talk to us. In fact, we're having some problems getting to Gary Knapp, are we? In fact, we're coming to a progress before we go there. We've got a progress from New Plymouth coming back down.
An estimated vote count there, 43%. Mr Dillon for Labour, 3272. The sitting National MP, Dr Ian Shearer, a Cabinet Minister, 2927. Now, this is one of the seats which Colin James indicated earlier in the evening we ought to pay close attention to. 43% of the vote counted. Mr Dillon well ahead of Dr Shearer at this stage, about 350 votes ahead. Sorry, no, not about 350 votes ahead. My maths have slipped a bit. But anyway, ahead at this stage, almost half the votes counted in Hamilton East.
Well, in fact, we've got our link with East Coast Bays back, and we are heading north, and we're going to talk to Gary Knapp up there. Hello, Gary Knapp. Welcome to Decision 84. It looks like it's snowing up there. I don't know whether you can hear us, but you're standing in the returning office. Can you tell us exactly what's going on up there? We're having some difficulty hearing from you.
Well, we can hear you fine here, Rodney. We're at the courthouse, actually, not at my headquarters, and we have progress so far from 18 of the 26-odd booths, and things are looking comfortable at this stage.
What is comfortable for you? Because you're, as far as you're concerned, there's a very small margin of comfort that you've been used to up there, so what is comfortable at the moment?
Well, more comfortable than we've felt in the last two contests here. As you know, the paper majority was around 300 after the boundaries were redrawn. We're about 1,000 odd ahead at the moment, and I'm optimistic we might push that out to about 1,500 at the end of the day, but we'll have to wait and see.
I strongly suspect you're going to tell me what the answer to this is, but exactly what is the reason for your increased performance up there at the moment? I mean,
well,
have you any idea where the votes have gone to or come from?
Well, I think there's a number of factors. The New Zealand Party has acted as a spoiler as far as the National Party is concerned, but there's more to it than that. I've got an exceptionally good team, and they are performing better than they ever have before on this occasion, led by Chris Hawkins, the campaign manager. He's done a marvellous job. The East Coast Bays people, of course...
Gary.
Sorry, excuse me, we have a final result here for you. Would you like to have it?
Oh, by all means, yes, take over.
I'll read it out if you like. Starting with Smythe, the Labour candidate, 1,850. Smits, the Independent, 43. Phillips, the New Zealand candidate, 1,904. McCulley, the National candidate, 7,459. And Knapp, the Social Credit candidate, 9,500.
Could you just be quite clear on that, please, Gary Knapp?
Okay.
What is that?
Knapp, 9,500.
No, sorry, is this a final or a progress you're talking about?
This is a final result.
This means that Gary Knapp has held his seat in East Coast Bays.
That's correct.
Would you like to give us a smile?
By 2,000 votes.
You look so very serious about it.
We've made East Coast Bays a safe social credit seat.
All right, Gary Knapp, that's our first final. You're the first result that we've got on behalf of the Decision 84 team. You might like to join us down here in the next election. You'd probably take over from us.
Well, I'm just happy to prove the predictions of a lot of the paper shufflers in some of those universities and some of the major newspapers wrong.
All right, Gary Knapp, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, we finally got a smile out of Gary Knapp, or maybe he got the smile out of himself, and no wonder. Some progresses, more progresses from around the country. New Plymouth first. 69% of the vote has now been counted in New Plymouth, and Tony Friedlander holding on there, 6446. Ida Gaskin, 5586. Horn for New Zealand Party, 1019. McPeak Social Credit, 395. Janet Roborg Values, 79. Timaru now, another progress. 28% of the vote counted in Timaru. McTeague for National still ahead of the sitting Labour MP, Sir Basil Arthur. 2614 is against Sir Basil Arthur's 2365. And now maybe a word or two from Colin James. What are we seeing now?
Well, we're seeing two things. We're seeing, certainly it looks now quite definite, there is a swing from National to Labour across the country.
Now maybe a word or two from Colin James. What are we seeing now?
Well, we're seeing two things. We're seeing, certainly it looks now quite definite, there is a swing from National to Labour across the country. Our predictor is saying that there will be a majority of between 19 and 27 seats to Labour at the end of the night. The second thing we're seeing is that social credit seems to be being almost wiped out, except where it said it would do well, in the seats that it holds now, or held before today, and in the seats where it thought it had a good chance. Pakuranga, for instance, Neil Morrison doing very well there, Gary Knapp holding East Coast Bays. We've yet to get a clear indication from Rangatike. So we're getting what looks like a tactical election, a vote against the government.
Thanks, Colin. We're just repeating before we go to the commercial break that Gary Knapp has broken down all the barriers and got us our first final result. He tells us that he has held East Coast Bays. We're back after this commercial break.
Pre-takeoff fruit juice, refresher towels, free drinks and free headsets, things for the kids, famous Aussie beers, a sumptuous three-course meal, superb Australian wines, friendly people. And what do you call this, Qantas?
Eddie, this is Qantas economy class.
Economy? Qantas, you obviously don't know the meaning of the word.
Do you know the word? What's good for you? We know the word that helps you grow so strong and tall. We know the word. Spread the word, and the word is spread the word for good. Spread the word for natural. Spread the word for taste. Spread the word. Spread the word.
There's only one word for nature's taste. Nature's spread.
Welcome back to Decision 84. Just repeating that Gary Knapp has usurped the system, the telephones, the radios, the television and everything, and told us direct from the returning office up there in East Coast Bays that he has held that seat with a substantially increased majority. We have some more progress results, however, for you. In Glenfield, where we find that Judith Keel, the Labour Party candidate, is leading David Schnarr after 34% of the vote has been counted there. That's a progress from Glenfield.
Well, some indications there from our prediction system that things are not going too well for National, and they didn't pick up one of the seats which they really thought they would today. That's East Coast Bays. Standing by now is National's President, Sue Wood. Sue Wood, with what we've seen in the last few minutes, how are you feeling?
Well, obviously I'm a little anxious, and what we've seen in this election so far, and it's far from over yet, is that we're in fact seeing two elections. Similar to 1981, we're seeing one election taking place in the cities where we're not doing well at all. We're holding out extremely well, however, in the provincial towns.
Well, Sue Wood, we're having some difficulty hearing you, or at least I am in the studio. We'll try and come back to you as soon as we can get a little bit clearer line feed there. Thanks.
We've got a progress, Fred, now, while you were talking there. I must confess I had some difficulty hearing Sue Wood too, but we have a progress from Gisborne with 25% of the vote counted there, where we see that Alan Wallbank is holding that seat ahead of the challenge of Bob Bell.
Well, Bob Bell, of course, is actually theoretically the sitting
Right.
MP, but with the majority going against him.
Yes, this is a bit confusing because it's you know, I mean, Bob Bell is the sitting member, isn't he?
Indeed, he is the sitting member, but the boundary changes went against him, so Alan Wallbank holding Gisborne would not really be a surprise.
All right.
We've got some predictions now for you, predictions for the country as a whole. We're looking now at the indicator seats, which we talked about at the beginning. We're saying that Miramar, which is a Labour seat at the moment, would be held by Labour. We're saying that National will in fact gain Rangatike. We're saying that the West Auckland seat will be in fact held by Labour. I think that should be, because I think after the boundary changes, West Auckland theoretically is a Labour seat, and that East Coast Bays, as we know, has been held by Social Credit. Gary Knapp announcing the result to us. We don't yet have a prediction for Eden, although of course Mr Malcolm did indicate that things were not going terribly well for him. In Waitaki, we're predicting a Labour gain, but Horowhenua, another seat that Labour was very keen to pick up, we're saying that National might well hold that. Colin, anything we can comment about at this stage?
Well, I think those predictions have to be taken. Those predictions have to be taken a bit carefully, because we're not really yet predicting a national gain in Rangatiki. That's off only one booth. Horowhenua, in fact, we're now predicting a Labour gain on the latest information. So I think that picture shows a more confused situation than actually seems to be developing. I don't know.
So as we get more of our booths in, we'll be able to firm up on those predictions.
Well, I don't know why those predictions have come out on the screen as they have.
Colin James and Fred Cockram there beginning to sort the evening out. Well, as we explained a little earlier on, we had our problems getting through to the Prime Minister's headquarters in Tamaki, but we can tell you that we have made contact and watched his arrival just shortly.
Sir Robert Muldoon arrived a while ago in the Kohimarama Tennis Club, where he and others from the Tamaki electorate will be monitoring tonight's results. He was looking very relaxed and cheerful. National Party supporters gave him a big welcome, and the atmosphere at the tennis club is cheerful. No one seems at all concerned about the early returns.
You got everybody. Why not? You may as well, because you got everybody else worried for you.
There were lots of hugs and kisses for Sir Robert.
It's Robert Muldoon there, arriving at his electorate headquarters in Tamaki. We've got some more progress results now. Progress results first for Rangatiki. Progress result, 42% of the vote counted. Mr Marshall for National ahead, 3686, but as Colin said, we've only one of our indicator booths in out of that, so the prediction that we had before may still be a little bit hairy perhaps. Mr Beetham, Social Credit, 2549. Another prediction, Marlborough, yes, estimated vote count there, 54. Doug Kidd still reasonably comfortably in front at this stage, the sitting National MP, 4613. McDonald for Labour, 3944.
Well, just a moment ago, we had some difficulty hearing what Sue Wood was saying at National Party headquarters in Wellington, in the capital. We're going to have another go and see if we can talk to her and say, Sue Wood, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Nice to see you again. First of all, the mood of the evening seems to be a little sombre around the National Party gatherings of the country. Do you know something about what's going on that we don't know yet?
No, I think that it's fair to say that it's quietened down because you asked everybody to quieten down, Rodney.
Do we have that much impact on the National Party?
One likes to think so from time to time.
All right, well, we've seen the Prime Minister arriving at Tamaki. He looked in good spirits. Have you been talking to him today?
I have been talking to him today, not this evening yet.
What sort of mood is he in? I mean, I'm not being rude in any way, but I mean, is he buoyant? Is he excited? I mean, he's been around for a long time. One election's much like another, presumably.
He was very buoyant today. We had a good chat, and he was very happy with the feel of things in Auckland.
Do you two have a sort of prediction for the night worked out, what you expect in terms of a result?
No, we don't.
No, all right. Sue Wood, thank you very much talking to us at Wellington National Party headquarters. We'll be in touch with you again later on in the evening.
Thanks very much.
From one party president to another, to Jim Anderton, who's waiting for us in Christchurch. Mr Anderton, how do things look for you now? Mr Anderton, I don't know whether you can hear us, but how are things looking from your end of the country?
Well, I think they're looking good. As I said earlier, Labor's going to win this election, and I think that we'll win by a substantial margin, but the results are still patchy, and I think it's too early to give any kind of firm indication as to the margin. But we're confident of victory, and I think we'll have an effective working majority, and that is the first hurdle to get over.
Any parts of the country that worry you at this stage?
Well, I think in various provincial towns there are obviously still some regional effects, and they won't come to count, as far as I'm concerned, until all of the main booths are in, and there'll be a lot of urban booths that are coming in late, and they are the ones I think that will swing the balance, and I hope in Labor's favour, and it looks very promising at the present time.
Well, does your party have any system, or do you have any gut feeling about how the evening might end up?
I think we'll be celebrating the early hours down here in Christchurch.
Are you going to put a majority on it at this stage?
No, I don't. I think it's too early yet, and I think when giving another half, three-quarters of an hour, we'll have a very firm indication from some of those provincial towns. That's what we're looking for.
Mr. Anderson, thanks.
Thank you.
It's a little difficult to hear some of these people, such as the order of their celebrations around the country. Goodness only knows what it's going to be like when we actually get some significant volume of results in. We, in fact, have a progress on Wellington Central. Wellington Central, a progress where Fran Wild, the sitting member, has taken a comfortable lead over her National Party opponent, Rosemary Young-Rouse, after 78% of the vote has been counted. To West Auckland, one of those critical marginal seats, after 73% of the voters counted there, it's looking very good for Labour's Jack Elder over sitting member Dale Jones. That's a significant margin there for him after 73% of the vote has been counting, and it looks as though Dale Jones may be facing
well, it'd be very difficult,
an uphill fight there to claw that back, I think.
Very
Fred.
difficult with 73% of the vote counted to see Dale Jones bring that sort of lead back. Western Hutt now, a progress from Western Hutt, 46% of the estimated vote in there. John Terrace for Labour, well out in front with almost half the vote counted, 4027. Tanner for National, 2645.
Down to Invercargill for a progress result down there where Norman Jones, bit of one of the characters in the House, and I suspect that the fact that he's had a go at the Prime Minister from time to time and has been an argumentative sort of member on a number of issues has maybe helped him tonight, Fred.
Well, he certainly is a character, and maybe he's holding out against a swing. He's got, I suppose, an adequate majority at this stage. Certainly with 85% of the vote counted, it looks as though he might well hold on there. Manurewa now, one of the Auckland seats. Roger Douglas there, 71% of the vote counted. Roger Douglas, 6551. Leenstra for National, 3249. No real surprise.
We have a progress result here from Mangere, the seat held, of course, by the leader of the Labour Party, David Longy. Only 20% of the vote in there, and that's really not telling us very much at all in view of some of the other more significant progress results that we've had. In fact, back in the Decision 84 studio, we have Sir Wallace Rowling. Sir Wallace, you've been watching proceedings here tonight. What are your impressions so far about what's happening around the country?
Well, I think, as far as I'm concerned, coming very much to prediction. I'd have to tell you that I left a prediction with the boys at the airport in Nelson yesterday that Labor would have a 17-seat majority. I think that won't be too wide of the mark in the final analysis.
We've been talking to Peter Nielsen out there in Miramar. He's one of the young rising stars of the Labour Party. It must be a big night for a lot of these young blokes. I mean, you've been in politics for a long time now. What goes through your mind on a night like this when the progresses are coming in?
Well, it's a pretty nerve-wracking experience for any politician unless they're in an absolutely safe seat, and it obviously is a great delight to see a person who's worked like Peter Nielsen secure a good working majority, and to know, more importantly, that he's going to be part of a government. I think winning in your own constituency is one thing, but then having the frustration of endless years in opposition is something quite different. All right, Sir Wallace Rowling, we'll be back and talk to you later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod. More progresses now. First one up from Fendleton, and in Fendleton we've got an estimated vote count there, 34% in. Philip Burden still in front, 3049. Dobson for Labour, 2857 again. This is one of the seats which Colin told us at the beginning of the evening we should watch to see if there's any really significant sort of swing against the government. It's not showing at this stage that Philip Burden is in any real danger, but a couple of hundred ahead and still about 60% of the vote to come in. A lot could happen yet in Fendleton. We don't really know which booths have been counted. Pakuranga now, and at this stage, Social Credit in front with 60% of the vote counted. Not a lot in it though. Morrison for Social Credit, 4257. Pat Hunt, the sitting MP for National, 4144. Grierson for New Zealand Party, 2056. Williams for Labour, well back now in fourth, 1562.
Thanks, Fred. Well, it's all moving very fast here. It's almost too difficult to keep up with, but we're going to catch our breath here and we'll be back after this commercial break.
Special treat to steal the show. It's time to go and leave that one-way street. When things have flown, my how they've grown. your famous dancer. When you need us, we'll be waiting. Because Bangkok is the answer. It's the one to let you run your life the way you should today. Bangkok's the answer.
Firestone Eurosteel.
Firestone Eurosteel.
An oval footprint for ultimate grip. Straight sidewalls give sharper steering, more control. Developed in Europe for the world's most demanding drivers.
Firestone Eurosteel.
Specially constructed for New Zealand's unique conditions.
Eurosteel, it's the feel.
Eurosteel from Firestone.
Welcome back to Decision 84, and we do have a decision for you, another final. Awarua, the most southerly seat in the country, a final from Awarua. There we see that National have held the Awarua seat. Rex Austin, the sitting MP for National, 8068. Barry Raitt for Labour, 7771. Roy, New Zealand Party, 1578. Henderson, Social Credit, 1207. There we see a majority of only 297 on election night for Rex Austin. That's a swing of a marginally over 4% to the Labour Party there. Not enough to unseat Rex Austin on the night. Perhaps we could just ask Colin James very briefly at this stage whether special votes are likely to have very much effect on a seat like Awarua, where the National MP is in front with 297.
Well, special votes, I think, on past performance should favour Mr Austin. He should consider himself safe on that. But notice the swing in that seat, around about 4%. And that's a little less than the overall swing that our computer system is predicting for the country as a whole. And it is enough, if Labor gets that sort of swing in enough seats, that's enough for Labor to be sure of being the government. And that does seem to be reflecting in other seats around about that sort of margin.
We've got a progress now. Progress from Hamilton East, with 69% of the vote counted in Hamilton East. Dr. Ian Shearer in a bit of difficulty there by the look of it, starting to get up towards a full count in Hamilton East. And Mr. Dillon for Labour, 5416. Dr. Ian Shearer for National, 4546. Evans for New Zealand Party, 1493. Coker for Social Credit, 417. Progress
another
with 69%.
Another progress here, Fred. This one's very interesting. It's from Ohariu. After 67% of the voters counted there. It's not very conclusive, but Peter Dunn, the Labour candidate, is at the moment out voting Hugh Templeton, the sitting member, of course. Bob Jones, for the New Zealand Party leader in that seat also, and that's a very strong showing from him. Longcar Social Credit, 159.
Yes, in fact, it's almost a three-way race there. We've got a prediction for Ohariu on the basis of the indicator booths we now have, and we are, in fact, predicting a Labour gain, which is probably not surprising in view of the figures we've just seen, with quite a large share of the vote counted. Ohariu now a probable Labour gain according to our prediction system. Colin, is there anything we can say about Ohariu?
It's interesting to note that the swing there was around about 7%, a bit over 7%. And it does seem as though, just a minute, 7.7% is the figure given to us. It does seem as if there may be something akin to the 1981 position when the provincial seats swung more or less nationalwards and the big city seats swung to Labour. It looks as though the swings, at least the first two that we've got in, the swing is less in a provincial seat than it is in an urban seat.
So we're actually getting, to some degree, two different elections occurring tonight, as we saw before.
Well, it looks like that in the first two. I don't want to make any sort of definite statement about that at the moment, but that is beginning to look the case. Wellington Central, for instance, looks as though it's going pretty solidly to Labour.
But certainly it does look at this stage as though there is an irregularity around the country, and it often depends upon the performance of Social Credit and the New Zealand Party.
Well, that's that variation we talked about at the beginning of the evening that seems to have been developing to an increasing extent in recent elections. In Invercargill, for instance, we're predicting Norman Jones to hold there. So yes, there does seem to be that variation.
If I can ask you two gentlemen just to give us a moment, because in fact we have the Prime Minister standing by. He is up in his Tamaki electorate, of course, and just a few moments ago he was collared by a reporter up there, John Bishop.
Well, as I said before, it'll be very close on a number of seats that will decide it. And The arithmetic says that unless there is a substantial swing to Labor, they don't get enough seats to make a government. So it's early yet.
When you arrived tonight, you showed every sign of you were preparing to enjoy yourself.
Well, I am going to enjoy myself. Why not?
You've been around some of the electorates in Auckland today.
Yeah.
How are things looking there?
All right. Some will be very close. But, well, we just have to see.
Organisationally, is there anything more that the party could have done?
No. I think our organisation is better than that of the Labor Party, wherever I've been, but, you know, you're going to have some very, very close results tonight.
What do you make of the early results so far that you've seen?
Well, no more than I've just said, but you're going to get some very close results.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We'll be talking to you again later in the evening.
Okay.
John Bishop there with Sir Robert Muldoon, and we should say that that interview with Sir Robert was actually recorded a few minutes ago, so we've had some additional information in there. Just confirming a final now, confirming the final that Gary Knapp, in fact, announced to the world. East Coast Bays, Gary Knapp for Social Credit, holding on a comfortable majority, 9500. Murray McCulley for National, 7459. Phillips for the New Zealand Party, 1904. Smythe for Labour, back in the fourth place, 1850. That gives a majority on election night of 2041 to Gary Knapp. Quite an appreciable improvement by him, and in fact a swing from National towards Social Credit of 5.13%. We should perhaps say at this stage that Mr. Phillips, who's representing the New Zealand Party in the seat in this election, was the man who stood as an independent National candidate in the past against Frank Gill when he was the National MP there. Progress now from Waitaki, 62% of the vote in Waitaki. Labour candidate Mr. Sutton is in fact now in front by a few hundred, 4971 of the sitting MP and Cabinet Minister Jonathan Elworthy for National, 4154. 62% of the vote in there. Hamilton West, a progress from Hamilton West, and again a National MP behind at this stage of the evening to Mr. Mallard for Labour, 4860. Mike Minogue barely behind, 4768. I think we'll have to wait a little bit, Rodney, before we say too much more about that one. Still,
yes, it's less than 100,
very close.
Yeah.
Quick look at the state of the parties now with that race on, and could it be closer? 3 seats in, 111. Yes, I suppose it could be closer if the New Zealand Party had won. However, a long way to go to that success line. 48 seats, 1 to Labour, 1 to National, 1 to Social Credit. We've got another final coming in, Rodney.
Yes, well, this will change the state of the parties. In fact, we're going up to Hawke's Bay, and the Hawke's Bay final tells us that Sir Richard Harrison has lost his seat there, and Bill Sutton has taken this seat for Labour. Bill Sutton has taken Hawke's Bay for Labour with the majority on the night of 946. The swing, an almost unbelievable 9.29%.
Well, that, of course, is one of the seats that's been slowly contracting in. It was a wholly rural seat. It's been slowly contracting in on the seats of Napier and Hastings, and that sees the Speaker of the House, quite a long-term Member of Parliament, Sir Richard Harrison, out in Hawke's Bay. A majority of 946 to Mr. Sutton on election night puts him probably, well, certainly, I would say, beyond any danger from specials going against him. So we have a change there. Labour have gained Hawke's Bay and unseated the Speaker of the House, Sir Richard Harrison. Another final now, Manawatu. They're starting to flow in, and Manawatu National have held. Mr. Cox, the present incumbent there for National, 8306. Alton for Labour, 8018. Sari for New Zealand Party, 1958. Pedley for Social Credit, 802. A majority of only 288, and again we're seeing a pretty substantial swing there towards Labour, 5.59%. The swing away from National towards Labour in the seat of Manawatu. 288, a moderately comfortable majority, and from past performance on special votes, we would probably expect Mr. Cox not to be threatened by the specials coming in, with him holding a majority there.
Specials seem to favour National in the past, Fred, according
to the
list.
State of the parties, 4 finals in now. Labour 1, National 2, Social Credit 1. A long way to go towards that 48 line, but more finals expected fairly shortly. Right, we've got some more progresses coming to us now, and next one up, Bay of Islands. Bay of Islands progress coming to us. 58% of the vote there in the Bay of Islands. Austin, Neil Austin, that is, 4205, and Social Credit, Les Hunter for Social Credit, 2386. McIntyre of Labour, 2168, and it seems as though Social Credit's one of their big hopes not coming to fruition tonight for them. Probably there with 58% of the vote counted, it looks very much as though Mr Neil Austin is going to hang on. Another final coming to us. Manurewa, another final from Manurewa. Labour have held the seat, I guess not surprising in view of the trends we've seen so far. Roger Douglas for Labour, 9450. Leenstra National, 4790. Jack for the New Zealand Party, 1994. Kilford Social Credit, 834. A majority there, 4660 to Roger Douglas, a swing of 5.41% towards Labour.
It is starting to get very busy here. I know a number of you around New Zealand are having parties tonight. I wish you well. Have one for Fred and Colin and myself, will you? We'll see you after this commercial break.
From the stable of Mitsubishi, the new Tredia, a thoroughbred built to respond to any challenge. Superbly equipped, beautifully engineered, sheer design excellence. Tredia, it puts you in command of the ride and handling that promises never to let you down. Tredia, at your top dealer, the new champion from Mitsubishi.
Is your skin really clean? Jill's washed her face. It looks clean. But see those hidden impurities? Leftover makeup, grime, and clogged pores. I recommend Pond's Deep Cleanser, uniquely formulated to penetrate deep into the skin's layers. See the difference Pond's Deep Cleanser makes? Really clean skin.
Use Pond's Deep Cleanser. Make sure your skin is really clean.
And beautiful.
Welcome back to Decision 84, and we're going to go to one of the more fascinating seats here in Wellington. Indeed, one of those seats that seems to encapsulate this whole election. The two candidates are typical representatives of their party. They're both women. We're going to Wellington Central. We're going to talk to Fran Wild and also to Rosemary Rouse. I think they're there. Are they there or not? Good afternoon, good evening, ladies. First of all, Fran Wild, can we talk to you and just have a quick chat? I don't know where the noise is coming from. Is it coming from your party headquarters?
I think it's coming from our very pleased supporters here in Wellington Central headquarters.
What is making them pleased?
Well, I think we've won overwhelmingly. In fact, we've more than doubled our majority.
Rosemary, would you like to concede that to Fran Wild?
Yes, I would. Congratulations, Fran. You're the new MP for Wellington Central. And one thing I've learned is that being an aspiring MP is very hard work, so you'll have 3 years hard work ahead of you, I know.
Thank you, Rosemary, and thanks for the great fight.
Oh, it's been a lot of fun, and I look forward to seeing you in Wellington in the next 3 years. Thanks. Right. Bye.
All right, Fran Wild there, having accepted a concession from Rosemary Young-Rouse in Wellington Central, and very gracious it was too. Fred, have we got... Am I seeing this, a Labour gain in Hamilton West?
I'm not entirely sure whether we've got this confirmed, but the latest we hear, it seems to be that we've got a Labour gain in Hamilton West. That's the situation? Yes. It looks at the moment as though we do, in fact, have a Labour gain in Hamilton West. We'll try and get the figures for you as soon as they come in. As the figures pile in into the computer, we're
Trevor Mallard
putting them to air as high as we can. Yes, Trevor Mallard has in fact taken Hamilton West for Labour. 5949, and Mike Minogue, a controversial MP, National MP, losing that seat, 4810. Fairly substantial majority there, really, for Mr Mallard, 1139. Vorsman for the New Zealand Party picks up 1013. Crosby for Social Credit, 498. A swing there, very substantial swing in the face of Mike Minogue's own personal popularity, as we've often heard in that electorate. Swing towards Labour of 8.92%. in Hamilton West. Hamilton West being picked up by Labour, a majority of 1139.
Okay, a very interesting result there. A lot of people who thought that Mike Minogue might survive there because of his opposition to the Prime Minister, but in fact he's gone down on the night. Now, in fact, we're going to cross to Mangere, to Labour Party headquarters up there, and the arrival of the party leader, Mr. David Longy.
Can I get it? Hold in there. Is your supporter there right, are you, Prime Minister, Mr. Longy?
It appears so. If you can win Hawke's Bay, you can win just about everything.
How do you feel?
I feel a tremendous sense of responsibility descending on me. All of these people are cheering. I'm thinking of a deficit, an overseas debt.
You're thinking of a deficit at a time like this?
Well, we've got to start to work out. I'm not, actually. I just think it's a tremendous night.
Did you expect to win Hawke's Bay?
I had hoped to win Hawke's Bay. That's why I spent Wednesday night there.
Any prediction on the majority at this stage?
We should have at least 15.
Mr. Longy, I'll let you get back to your supporters.
All right, thank you. Where's my mum? Is she? Come over here.
Well, fairly triumphant David Longy there up in his Mangere electorate. We've got some more predictions on the critical seats now, and our computer is now in fact predicting that Rangitikei will be held by Social Credit. More of the indicator booths in now than our earlier look at that. Rangitikei to be held by Social Credit. Colin, this tends to confirm that the reservations that you had about that earlier comment.
Yes, indeed, and in fact I don't know how that earlier one got on screen, because at that time the information that we had tended to indicate that the prediction would come out the way that it has. I think the thing to say about that is that the Social Credit tactic, as I said before, of advising voters in seats where Social Credit was strong to vote Social Credit seems to have worked. They've held East Coast Bays, they look as though they'll hold Rangitikei, and Neil Morrison's doing very well in Pakuranga so far. But the other Social Credit seats, it doesn't look as though they are, the other seats, they don't look as though they're doing so well.
Does it look as though, in fact, Social Credit voters have made the decision themselves what they do not want a national government, and so they will put their votes where the seat is most likely to fall?
I think Bruce Beetham summed it up at the very beginning of the campaign, or before the campaign, on the Saturday night, when he and Mr. Longy replied to Sir Robert Muldoon's initial State of the Nation address, and he said, vote against the Muldoon candidate. And people seem to have tactically voted against the Muldoon candidate. Labour, where the Labour had the best chance, Social Credit, where Social Credit had the best chance.
Well, Colin, we've got some more rather interesting progresses coming up.
The first one, in fact, Fred, comes from Eden, where we've already heard from Mr. Malcolm that he's not entirely happy about the way things are going, but that progress after 14% of the votes counted shows Mr. Malcolm in front with a lead of 51 votes.
Well, that certainly seems surprising that there's only 14% of the vote counted there. I expect they're actually a little bit further ahead. We hope we'll be hearing from them soon.
We're going down to the South Island, down to Fendleton. 34% of the vote counted there, and a lead for Philip Burden over Murray Dobson after 34% of that vote counted in Fendleton. On to Glenfield, 76% of the vote counted here, and in fact this is interesting because I think this has changed, hasn't it, Fred, since we last looked at it?
The last progress report that we had indicated Mr. Schnauer was in front. That's changed as the vote climbs up towards the 100% mark. 76% of the vote in for Glenfield, and Keele for Labour now in front, and apparently fairly comfortably
a cushion
in
of just a little over 1,000 there. After 76% counted, things are looking a lot more comfortable for Labour there. To Hauraki, The seat, of course, where Alistair Thompson was very sanguine about taking it off of the sitting National member, but in fact things after 34% of the vote they're looking a little comfortable for National.
Yes, well, the Labour vote not holding up too well there. Kapiti now, this of course is one of the seats which Labour felt rather vulnerable on, but it looks as though with 70% of the vote counted, Margaret Shields, the sitting Labour MP, comfortably ahead, 3,000 votes ahead. We've got a final coming through now, another final, Glenfield. Final is in now from Glenfield. A Labour gain. This is effectively it's a new seat really because of the boundary changes, but on paper it was National. Labour gain now. Keele Labour 8345, Schnarr National 7439, West New Zealand Party 2226, Trubshoe Social Credit 1614. Majority on election night of 906. Special still to be counted, of course. Judith Keele looks like becoming the new Labour MP for the seat of Glenfield.
All right, we're going back down to the mainland once again now. We're going down to what I was told was almost snowbound Oamaru today. Back down into the Waitaki seat, where Mandy Miller is waiting for us at the Oamaru Bridge Club. Are you there, Mandy?
Mr Sutton, how do you feel that your brother is now in Parliament? Or now, yes, a member of Parliament.
I'm delighted, yes.
Was it unexpected?
Not altogether. I'm aware they've been running a strong campaign there, and he's had a very good team, and naturally we feel very pleased about it.
How do you feel about the possibility of going into Parliament alongside your brother for the first time?
Well, it'll be nice to have someone there I know, won't it?
Are you confident at this stage that you will win the Waitaki seat?
Well, it does look like that.
And what's for the future of Waitaki are you predicting? What kind of future?
Well, the future for Waitaki is very good indeed, although there are undoubtedly some difficult years ahead for the whole of New Zealand.
Well, Jim Sutton, did you discuss with your brother today sort of election tactics or how you thought you'd both go?
Oh, well, he rang up and said that it would be almost impossible for me to lose and that it was quite possible for him to win, and I'm very pleased with him.
Well, thank you very much, Jim Sutton. Goodbye.
So it seems that Jonathan Elworthy has conceded his Waitaki seat to one of the two Suttons in tonight's race. That's Jim Sutton down there in Waitaki. We, in fact, have got something flashing up and down on my chest that tells me that National have held New Plymouth.
Held by National. Yes, we have. It's a final from New Plymouth. And in New Plymouth, we believe that Tony Friedlander has, in fact, held that seat. He has indeed. 9012 the votes for Friedlander. Ida Gaskin, Labour 8798, reasonably close there, but Tony Friedlander home. Horn for New Zealand Party 1505. McPeak for Social Credit 599. Roborg Values 136. That's a majority on election night of 214. Another final, West Auckland. West Auckland, the seat where Dale Jones, sitting MP, was actually behind on the boundaries, and in fact he hasn't been able to hold that seat quite comfortably to Mr Elder there, the Labour candidate, 9643. Dale Jones out of Parliament now, 7533. Patel for the New Zealand Party, 1759. Webber for Social Credit, 899. And Tihira for Manamutahake, 18. Majority of 2110 on election night, with specials, of course, still to be counted. A swing there of 4.34% to the Labour Party. And another final, Christchurch North in now, Mike Moore's seat, and yes, Mike Moore has held that seat more than comfortably. Moore for Labour, 11649. Demerg for National, 6125. Nicholson, New Zealand Party, 1912. Langridge for Social Credit, 637. Majority there, Mike Moore, 5524. Just sneaked in, Rodney.
It's a small swing to Labour there, isn't it, by comparison with what we've seen?
Yes, well, of course, Mike Moore did have a fairly high profile there before. He'd probably got his hands on all of the potential Labour vote before, but a small swing, 1.87% to Labour, taking Mike Moore's election night majority to 5524. Yaldhurst, another final in the Christchurch metropolitan area. Labour have held Yaldhurst. This, of course, is where the former Labour MP, long-time member of the House, Mick Connolly, has handed over the seat to a schoolteacher down there, Margaret Austin. For Labour, she has the seat 10769, Joseph for National 7888, Russell the New Zealand Party 1870, Davey Social Credit 540, Wilkinson for Values 165. A majority to Mrs Austin 2881. A small swing there, 0.54% to Labour, and maybe the fact of that that the smallness of that swing there indicates that Mick Connolly, the retiring MP, had a personal following.
Howard Joseph, of course, the former All Black, the national candidate there, and Alan Wilkinson is the co-leader of the Values Party down there in the Aldhurst electorate. We have a Wellington Central final now. We've already seen, in fact, a concession here. Fran Wild holds the seat for Labour. Rosemary Young-Rouse, 6490. Feast for New Zealand Party 4027, and Bell Chamber for Social Credit 267. A majority for Fran Wild on the night of 3535, a swing of 8.55% to the sitting Labour member in Wellington Central.
A major talking point there for Feast, taking such a big share of the vote. Hastings, another final in now. David Butcher holding Hastings for Labour. Butcher for Labour 10448. Brown for National 6435, Slavin New Zealand Party 2624, Rabbits for Social Credit 886, majority of over 4,000 for David Butcher, and he's one of the younger members of the House. He's been in Parliament for a couple of terms now. He'll be quite happy with a majority of that sort, I'm sure. Another final now, Nelson, they're really starting to pour in. Wollaston for Labour has held the national seat and a very, very substantial majority. Interesting there that Mel Courtney, the previous Labour MP for that seat, who polled very, very well at the last election when he stood as an independent, has in fact barely made a showing. Only 196 votes for Mel Courtney.
Thanks, Fred. Well, we're going to go down to the Rangatiki electorate now, down to Kevin Ramshaw in Fielding, down there, social credit country with Mr Beetham.
And Mr Beetham hasn't got an enormous audience to greet him, but it's still very enthusiastic. Mr Beetham, you've held East Coast Bays, you're looking good in Pakuranga, you've got a computer prediction that you can hold here. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm absolutely thrilled that Gary has... Please. I'm absolutely thrilled that Gary Knapp has held his seat. Thrilled pink. Tickled pink. It's a great achievement. Against all the predictions, of all the experts. A tremendous result, and I want to congratulate Gary and everybody up there who's worked so hard for him. I'm thrilled that Neil's got a real chance in Pakuranga, and I'm certainly not conceding in Rangatiki yet.
You haven't got a clear result yet. Have you got any indication of how things are going?
Well, the latest information I have is that only 10 votes separate us, so it is indeed a cliffhanger.
If all three of you go to Parliament, where will that put you? Because you've said that your future is a little bit in doubt, haven't you?
No, I don't think I've said that.
You're quite happy to carry on. You're obviously a little worried about the workload of being a member and the party leader.
Why do you say that? I don't think I've ever indicated any such concern.
You're quite happy to carry on?
Of course I'm happy to carry on, but I've got to get re-elected first, and I'm still confident I may be.
Thank you very much indeed.
Brian.
Now time to take a look at the state of the parties. At this stage of the evening, the finals are starting to pour in. We have, in fact, 14 finals declared now, and with those in, Labour making a very strong move towards that magic line of 48, which would make them the government. National so far have only held on to 3 of their seats. Social Credit, definitely 1 confirmed at this stage. So 14 finals in, Labour 10, National 3, Social Credit 1, New Zealand Party still to show up on the seat counts. A final now, another final coming in, Hamilton East, the other Hamilton seat. We've seen 1 fall already. Now we see another Hamilton East seat change hands. In fact, another Cabinet Minister has gone, Dr Ian Shearer. Mr Dillon for Labour there. He has 7863. Ian Shearer for National 6863. Evans, New Zealand Party 2260. Coker for Social Credit 619, a majority of 1,000 on election night, and a swing there of 7.61% to Labour. So 2 Hamilton MPs for National have gone. Mike Minogue and Dr Ian Shearer both losing their seats in Hamilton to Labour.
And in fact, Dr. Shearer, of course, the Minister of Broadcasting, not only that, but Minister for Science and Technology and the Environment. He holds 3 portfolios. He always said it was going to be difficult for him there. I think he appreciated he had a fight on his hands, but I strongly suspect he didn't anticipate that 7.61% swing to Labour there for Bill Dillon.
Another final now, Invercargill, the southern provincial city of Invercargill, and there Invercargill National have held it. A quite comfortable majority for Norman Jones against the general swing round the country tonight. 9057 for Jones, Dougal Soper for Labour 7879, Coughlin for the New Zealand Party 1565, Radich for Social Credit 759. Majority there 1178 and a swing of only 1.19% to Labour. So that swing there pegged back by Norman Jones, a bit of a swing against him, but nothing like the national indications that we're getting tonight.
Thank you. Well, the House wouldn't have been the same without Norm Jones. I'm sure all parties would agree on that. We're actually going north again now, up to Tamaki, where John Bishop is standing by at National Party headquarters.
Good evening and finally welcome to the Prime Minister's Party headquarters here in the electorate of Tamaki. What started as a reasonably optimistic party gathering here has now gone a little quieter. The noise here is quietened down as I'm talking to you right now. After resolving our problems with the links, we're finally able to communicate directly to you. Just a few minutes ago, the Prime Minister and Lady Muldoon were cutting a cake presented to them by the National Party people here. The Prime Minister said that there was obviously a small swing against the government, but they had expected that, and he repeated his prediction that the election would still be close. He then went on to say, well, if the Labor does become the government, what a shambles and what a great opposition National was going to be. However, no one here is yet taking that as a concession that National has lost the election. However, the results that have been coming in have surprised some people, particularly the defeat of the Speaker of the House, Sir Richard Harrison in Hawke's Bay, with a swing of over 9%. That has certainly upset some people here, as indeed have the loss of the 2 Cabinet Ministers, Dr. Shearer in Hamilton, and almost certainly the loss of the Lands Minister, Mr. Jonathan Elworthy in Waitaki. The party is still swinging along here, however, it's not all over yet. And with that, back to Election Centre.
John Bishop reporting there from Tamaki. We have another final in now. It's from Napier, and the final result from Napier shows us that Jeff Braybrook, the sitting member there, has held his seat with an 8.84% swing to Labour, a majority on the night of 6,096. Braybrook, 11,326. Liddell, National, 5230. Mockford, New Zealand Party, 2,418. And Culpit, Social Credit, 621. A majority of 6,096 to Jeff Braybrook, holding Napier for Labour. A final from Palmerston North. Palmerston North held by Trevor DeClean for Labour. And this is one of those interesting seats we talked about earlier, Fred, where whatever happened, Colleen Singleton was going to end up in Parliament because she is a Hansard reporter. So in spite of the fact that she lost the election tonight, she will be in Parliament when they start sitting again. Trevor DeClean holds that seat. A small swing there to Labour, 0.96%. Majority 2,803 to Trevor DeClean in Palmerston North.
St Kilda now, another final. St Kilda, one of the Dunedin city seats. Cullen holding for Labour quite comfortably, 10,755. Clark for National, 5,634. Hayes, New Zealand Party, 2,298. Coles for Social Credit, 1,163. Majority of over 5,000 there and a swing of 4.49% to Labour.
Well, those of you sitting at home have probably started filling in those sheets that you pick up out of the newspapers and what have you, and you'll be getting some indication of exactly what's going on around the country. We're back with more Decision 84 after this commercial break.
There's a brand new range of biscuits available these days, and they come from Farm Bake. They're Farm Bake family treats, wholesome Farm Bake cookies with delicious cream centres. Old English toffee, mocha, tangy ginger, and crunchy peanut. They make everyday occasions something very special, and special occasions unforgettable. new Farmbake family treats with the taste of home from Farmbake.
It's Nescafe. It's Nescafe Classic. You can taste the difference. It's the beans they use. Rich.
Rewarding.
Nescafe Classic. Instant coffee in granules. Full and rich. You can taste the difference.
Nescafe Classic, the full, rich coffee.
What am I going to say? Welcome back to Decision 84. We have some more final results for you. Pencils at the ready. First of all from Avon. And I don't think this will come as any surprise, where Mary Batchelor, after a fairly rough ride over being renominated here for the seat, has in fact held her seat for Labour in spite of a quite surprising 0.65% swing to National. But Mary Batchelor back in Avon for Labour. Her majority tonight still very, very safe, 7,184.
Yes, interesting there, though, that Mary Batchelor, in fact, was challenged for the nomination there, and nominations had to be reopened. So a majority of 7,184, but a small swing towards National. Colin James has a comment on that one.
I think one needs to look at the that swing to National is, in fact, National regaining second place from Social Credit.
Fine, thanks, Colin. Christchurch Central, another final there, and no surprise, I guess, Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Mr Palmer, hanging on for Labour, a skin of his teeth, barely 7,615 now his majority. Palmer, Labour, 11,834. Willie for National, 4,219. Ludeman, New Zealand Party, 1,827. Pounsford, Social Credit, 596. Swing of 1.37%.
I want to say what seats we should be
solicitors
watching.
down there in Christchurch Central, as I think I mentioned earlier, Jeff Palmer and Tony Willie, both of them solicitors down there. So it's just a small swing. That's quite a surprising swing in many ways, I suppose, because Jeffrey Palmer is, in many ways, the blue-eyed boy of the Labour Party at the moment.
On the other hand, you have to take into account that Christchurch has been a strong Labour centre now for some time, and probably the party has just about taken the limit of its vote in that city. Another final now, Roskill, a Labour holding that seat, Phil Goff for Labour, 10,209, Knowles for National, 6,427, Matthews, New Zealand Party, 1,864, Live for Social Credit, 732, and majority there, 3,782.
All right, we're heading north again, up to National Party headquarters. And in fact, we've got Tamaki and John Bishop up there.
Country say, oh gosh, you know, we've had this government for a long time for a change, we want to have a look at somebody else. It only takes one term before they decide that they made a mistake, and that's very, very clear at the present time.
You think they will last one term, sir?
What's that?
You think they will last a full term?
They've got a majority that, with their discipline, they're not allowed to vote against the party. They will go through a full term. Yes.
Right, what's your political future, Prime Minister?
My political future is Leader of the Opposition and then Prime Minister again 3 years from now.
You've got no doubts that you'll last the 3-year term as leader?
No doubts whatever. You know, I mean, the people who have survived around the country against pressure are my blokes. And I wouldn't say that those who lost aren't. I'm terribly sorry to lose someone like Ian Shearer in Hamilton, who is a wonderful man. I'm sorry to lose Jonathan Elworth. If I go any further beyond that, I start to get into the area where discretion says I shouldn't say any more.
Did Labour win, Prime Minister, or did
No,
lose?
no, Labour didn't win. If you look at the way the votes fell, the spurious appeal of Jones, the Greedies, has pulled... That's what beat Dick Harrison, for example, the Greedies. Now, the Greedies are the ones that are going to suffer under a Labour government. And 3 years from now, they'll all be on our side. You can put the ring around it.
How much is this an anti-Muldoon vote, sir?
About as much as the Grant as you. Go back to Australia and tell them that and stay there.
Prime Minister, how are you feeling on the inside?
On the what?
On the inside.
What inside?
On the inside, in your mind now, Prime Minister.
Fighting. I'm feeling very relaxed. You know, I'm not going to burst into tears or anything like that. This is politics. You win a few, you lose a few, and this one's been won and lost on a spurious issue. I've got total confidence in the people of this country, and 3 years from now we're going to be back in a landslide, and I mean a real landslide.
How about you, Lady Melbourne?
It'll be rough.
Mrs. Longy well, and I would invite her to come down this week, Wednesday or Thursday, so I can show her Vogel House.
Yeah. All right, now.
It's Robert Muldoon there at his electorate headquarters and conceding at this stage, but some good news for the National Party as we were recording that, or rather as we were taking that, because Rangitikei final through there, and they have in fact National have taken that seat. It's one that has swung to and fro on our indicators throughout the evening. Not much in it all the way through. First we thought National, then we thought Mr Beetham might hold on, but no, the final result on election night anyway, Mr Marshall taking it for National, 7710. Beetham for Social Credit has 7480. Walpole, the Labour candidate there, 2347. McPherson for New Zealand Party, 969. A majority, though, of only 230, but special votes there might affect the result. Probably not, though. That's probably a large enough majority for Mr Marshall to put him out of the reach of any change with specials. A swing towards the National Party from Social Credit, 2.44. Mr Beetham, who lost some ground there with the boundary changes, losing the seat of Rangitikei.
Well, while that will come as good news for the Prime Minister, Sir Robert Muldoon, up in Tamaki, where he just seems to have conceded defeat, there's bad news here for National from Ohariu, where we have a final. And that is again for Labour, where Peter Dunn has defeated the sitting member Hugh Templeton.
Another change there, but we have the opportunity now to speak with Bruce Beetham in his fielding electorate. No, not quite. We'll hope to be back there very shortly. That Ohariu result, 1337, a majority, fairly substantial majority.
Look at the New Zealand vote there.
The interesting thing, though, is that if you assume there, as I think we must, that Mr Jones has taken very substantially from Mr Templeton. Colin, this is, of course, a fairly major result for the New Zealand Party.
Yes, it is indeed, and it gives Labour the seat, as Mr Jones threatened he would, and apparently we're just going over to talk to him now.
Okay, let's look at the Ohariu thing. We're going to go to talk now to the New Zealand Party headquarters with our reporter, Ted Sheehan.
Well, Malcolm MacDonald, you're the president of the New Zealand Party. You've just seen the Ohariu result. What's your reaction?
Well, it's disappointing. We were hopeful Bob would take it, and we were of the view, as indeed a lot of people are, that Bob was able to offer this country something that no one else could. And it's disappointing that the people of Ohariu didn't take up his challenge in his leader's wrap-up address last night.
What's your opinion of the result nationally, particularly where the New Zealand Party is concerned?
Well, clearly we've decimated social credit, although the irony is they've still got one person in the House, and that's a great tragedy because it's a religion, not politics. So that's satisfying. I suppose in a negative way it's satisfying that we've also had the effect of decimating National in many seats, particularly in Hawke's Bay and one or two others. So it's satisfying in that regard, but of course politics in this country is all about winning seats, and we haven't won one yet.
What's the future of the New Zealand Party now?
Oh, well, we've got a significant percentage of the vote already.
Wasn't a party member shooting himself, by the way?
No, not yet. But look, we've got a significant percentage of the vote, and that's satisfying. We're clearly the third party, despite the aberration in East Coast Bays.
Malcolm MacDonald, thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Ted.
Mr Beetham, National just sneak in. How do you feel?
Well, naturally, I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed. I had thought that the Rangitikei electorate would continue to support me. My opponent has an election night majority. It is conceivable that could be cut away by specials. But on the face of it, it does look as if I have been defeated, and naturally I'm disappointed.
What made the difference? Was it the boundary changes?
Yes, I'd say that in the finish, the National Party got me. They tried everything, and boundary changes in the finish seem to have got me. I think also, of course, the Labour vote here has handed the seat back to National. I don't know that they've served the interests of their own party very well by doing that. Remains to be seen, I imagine.
Not much time to think of the future so far, but any brief thoughts?
No, I haven't had time for that.
Mr. Beetham, thank you. It's now over to Rob Neal in Christchurch.
Jeffrey Palmer, do you now consider yourself to be Deputy Prime Minister?
I consider myself to be the Deputy Prime Minister-elect.
What's the timetable from here?
Well, of course, you have to wait for the return of the writs. That usually takes about 10 days. Then you have to have the swearing in of the new government. You have to have a caucus where the new cabinet is elected. There is a lot of hard work ahead.
But do you think there's a good working majority for Labour?
Yes, I think that is now clear.
Jim Anderton, as party president, who secured this victory for Labour?
I think the whole Labour movement. So the party was organised as never before. The parliamentary party did a tremendous job inside Parliament, hounding the National Party, and the trade union movement and the Labour Party working together have shown the majority of New Zealanders want an honest and a new style of government, and they're going to get that from David Long and Jeffrey Palmer, and all of those Labour members have been elected today.
And with both of you here, are you going to dispel any suggestions of disunity?
If this party here today is evidence of disunity, then let's have more of it.
That's Christchurch and Decision 84.
Rob Neal there in Christchurch with some of the senior members of the Labour Party. Some more finals now. They're pouring in. Final first from Rotorua. National seat, National hold Rotorua. Paul East there, National 8065. ARPS for Labour 7384. Orbiton New Zealand Party 1934. Steel Social Credit 542. Swing towards Labour of 3.93%, but a majority still for Mr East of 681. Another final, Gisborne, a seat which has sitting MP Bob Bell behind because of the boundary changes. He's even further behind now. Alan Wallbank on his third attempt takes Gisborne. Wallbank Labour 9489. Bell for National 7331. De Silva, the New Zealand Party 1279. Smith Social Credit 624. Majority there of over 2,000.
Back to school, Fred. Down to Marlborough to have a look at the final result from Marlborough, where Doug Kidd, in fact, holds that seat for National. But look at that majority, 390.
Well, it's certainly been cut back there, and a swing of 3.68% towards Labour. But Doug Kidd, on election night, holding on, and Special shouldn't unseat him. He holds on to that seat of Marlborough for National.
George MacDonald putting up a game fight there against Doug Kidd, a man who's not been without controversy in the House. Of course, he's a very strong supporter of a hard line on a number of women's issues.
Well, let's have a look now at the state of the parties as they are at this stage of the evening. We have 35 finals into the system now. Labour well out in front, 23 seats. National for 11, Social Credit 1, New Zealand Party not on the board. 48 seats is the objective. As soon as a party reaches that, they're going to become the government.
Oh, it's still quite an exciting race. We hope you're going to bear with us. Just time to duck out and have a cup of coffee. We'll be back after this commercial break.
I find fresh air and time to relax do wonders for tension or mild headaches. But family demands don't always permit time out. And that's when I know I can trust Disprin. Disprin works quickly to relieve pain and discomfort, so I can keep going. Disprin helps when other members of the family suffer colds, fever or pain. Disprin is one of the most important items in our medicine cabinet. Disprin, trusted pain relief for all the family.
Hi, I'm John Davidson, and this is a story of commitment. Commitment to great performance. When a new car is released, how can the people who make it be sure it's going to have the right handling and performance for all the countries where it's sold? As we all know, every country has different road surfaces, even different kinds of roads, and some very different ways of driving. How then do you tune a car to a country? One company, right here in New Zealand, has found the answer. Most of you have only just seen this new Corolla, but Toyota has had it in New Zealand for almost a year. For all that time, a champion New Zealand driver has been fine-tuning this car to this country. The man whose advice has made new Corolla a real performance machine for New Zealand drivers is Chris Amon, and the results are quite spectacular.
Without doubt, this is the best handling New Zealand production car I've driven.
Great performance. The story of how to tune a car to a country. Toyota, you're so right.
Well, welcome back to Decision 84, where it looks very much as though the decision has in fact been made, and we will now have a look at the overall percentage vote change. Now, that's the way that the country has been moving, with all the finals that are so far in, all totalled up, and we can see there that the Labour's share of the vote, this is a comparison with the last election. Labour's share of the vote since the last election is up 3.9 percentage points. National's share of the vote is in fact down 2.6 percentage points. The big loser on the night, 13% down for Social Credit, and the big winner, 11.9% for the New Zealand Party. Of course, we have to point out for the New Zealand Party that because they didn't have any candidates at the last election, because they didn't exist as a party, then everything they have shows as a gain.
Attention, please. I want to thank the New Zealand Labour Party wherever you are, in the small provincials, in the big towns, everywhere. Behind me we have a Prime Minister.
Briefly for a minute. A short time ago, Sir Robert Muldoon telephoned me and very generously congratulated me and the party on this election result. He spoke as well to Naomi, and Lady Muldoon spoke to her and assured her of their commitment to seeing that there was a transition which was appropriate and smooth. Can I say to you all, whether your background was Labour or National Social Credit of New Zealand Party, I want us to go from here tonight working for New Zealand, rejoicing that we have had this victory, and then setting ourselves to work together. Can I thank particularly those people in my electorate who've been so faithful. To Denise and the workers in that electorate office who look after the place. To Glenn and the people in the party who have worked so hard. To all the people who have held office over the years, Janet and Glenn Mackay, people who have been all round, all with us. I am so grateful to you. To the New Zealand Labour Party for the organisation. Tomorrow morning, I am asking Jeff Palmer to come up here to speak to him about the transition. Then we're going to have a bit of a rest, and on Monday we'll work. And I expect you to work too. And I want especially to thank all of my staff, and a lot of them are here tonight. Some can't. Margaret is in Wellington, but there are all people around us, and they have been relishing the time to be with the people that I know in Mangere. I want to thank all those people who have been so supportive in all the years of my upbringing and of my pride to be here with them and with my mother tonight, and my pride in being here with my wife. And thank you so much for all your work and your votes and your giving. And now we have to start deciding that we're going to really get stuck in for New Zealand, and we're going to do that. Thank you very much.
David Longy there, not surprisingly, quite elated at Mangere. And we can look now at the gains and losses so far. These are the confirmed gains and losses so far for this evening. Labour has made 5 gains, confirmed, no losses. National has made 1 gain, has had 5 losses. Social Credit have had 1 loss. That's the state of the gains and losses at this stage of the evening.
Frank, we've got a final now from Rangiora, Fred. This is a seat, of course, that Derek quickly gave up just after the announcement of the snap election. And Jim Gerard has held that seat, although that's not much of a majority on election night there. A swing of 4.13% to Labour. Jim Gerard holds it over the Labour candidate Brian Tomlinson with a significant vote there for the New Zealand Party.
It certainly does look as though, as well as having lost the government benches, National is likely to have quite a few people in rather marginal seats for the next Parliament. Not a big majority there for Mr Gerard, and possibly interesting to speculate on the effect of Derek Quigley resigning from the seat.
Yes. Richard Gerard, known as Jim to his mates, Horowhenua now, a final result from there.
And a Labour gain in Horowhenua. This is certainly one of the seats that Labour was keen to take. King Labour 9713, Thompson, the sitting member for National, 9223, Wiggins New Zealand Party 1670, Holden Social Credit 929. Majority 490, swing towards Labour 360.
A final from Selwyn now, Ruth Richardson's seat. After a somewhat shaky start in that electorate, she's really won the electorate over, and there's absolutely no doubt about her popularity down there now. She holds that with an election night majority of 3,113. Caused a bit of a stir in the House late last year, of course, when she wanted to breastfeed her baby and was
Another final now, Rodney. Can we have a look at Western Hutt? Yes, Western Hutt there, and Labour have held. Terrace for Labour 9586, a majority on the night 3924, and a big swing to Labour 8.54%.
Final from Ashburton, down to, well, there's never any doubt about this, I suspect, although that's a lot closer than I guess Mr Talbot might have anticipated. In fact, that's a quite stupendous swing to Labour, 8.52%. Mr Talbot in a lot of difficulty there holding off that challenge.
Well, I think we can go across now to the New Zealand Party headquarters. Yes, indeed we can, and there's the party leader.
He'll come to you, he'll come to you. I can't hear a thing. He will come to you. You've seen your own result from Oharu.
I haven't, actually. I gather I didn't win, but I haven't seen the result.
You actually came third behind Mr Templeton.
Did
that
I?
Disappoint you?
Oh, I would have taken a special joy in coming second, and even more pleasure in winning, obviously. But there we are. Of course, we're disappointed at not winning seats, especially as we appear, and this is only an impression, to have got perhaps 11 or 12, if not higher, across the country, 11 or 12%. And it's particularly ironic, but that's life, that we've seemed to have polled at least twice as many votes as Social Credit, and possibly nearer 3 times as many, and they've obviously got at least one seat at this stage. I've been watching television, so I'm not really up for the play.
You were aiming for about 20% of the vote, weren't you?
Yes, we were. Well, obviously we're aiming for 100%, but we did have expectations. We've had a good campaign. We've pulled the bigger crowds, and you know, we had hopes that we might get as high as 20%. So obviously I'm disappointed. But
what's your reaction to the idea of Labor forming the next government?
Oh, well, that was always obvious, so there's no great surprise there. I always thought that they'd win by 20, and I mean, I've been saying so, but I think it's a very good thing overall for the country because, you know, it's sad for the Prime Minister. He's a great figure in history and so on, but I think it was getting a little sick, a lot of things that were happening, and I don't know why he doesn't quietly go and leave it at that. He can always take up lawn bowls or something, but, you know, I think it's a very healthy thing because this country is basically of the right philosophically, and those principles have just been abandoned in recent years. And
what are your personal plans now that you don't have a seat and you have a party waiting for another election in 3 years?
Yes, well, you've got to remember what we've achieved is quite extraordinary. We've done it in 9 months. You know, we didn't have a party 9 months ago, and it really is quite an extraordinary result. I mean, we've whacked a party that's been going for 30 years. So I suspect had there been a November election, we would have done a great deal better. One only has to look at John Feast's result. John's been selected some time and consequently has been able to campaign. And we're seeing the results of that.
Bob Jones, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bob Jones, who, while he may not have won a seat tonight, has certainly achieved one of his goals, and that was, it seems, to get rid of the Prime Minister. We're talking now to Dorothy McNabb. Dorothy, what do you think about Mr Jones and the New Zealand Party as a long-time National Party supporter yourself?
Oh, well, I think he was most definitely a spoiler. I think he's a bruiser. He's a great entertainer. He's got a really attractive group of people around him, but there's no doubt about it. He's had the role of a spoiler. He hasn't got a seat, but he has spoiled the result as far as national and social credit are concerned.
Do you resent what he's done to the National Party tonight?
No, I can hardly resent it because, you know, I believe that anyone who wants to stand up and be counted in New Zealand should be allowed to. But the purpose behind it, and he's made no doubt about what the purpose was to get rid of Rob Muldoon and the administration. Well, I can hardly be happy. I can hardly expect to be happy about her.
All right, Dorothy McNabb, thank you very much.
Some more finals coming in now. Littleton, the first of those. Littleton, the Christchurch seat of Littleton, and Hercus, not surprisingly, holding on there to Littleton, 11-0-5-7, giving him a majority of 4-6-4-2. And quite a comfortable majority there for Anne Hercus, but a swing of only 2.31% to Labour. Waitaki now, another final. Waitaki final coming in. This is one of the more interesting seats, of course. We've been watching it throughout the night, and as we had indicated from the seat when we crossed there earlier, Mr Sutton for Labour has in fact taken that seat, 8-0-6-4. Another Cabinet Minister down, Jonathan Elworthy, 7-5-6-5, 499, the majority on election night. Pakuranga, another seat of great interest in Pakuranga. That's one where we saw Social Credit ahead. In fact, Social Credit have taken Pakuranga, so they make up for, to some degree, for the loss of Rangatike there. Pakuranga has gone to Social Credit. Another National MP, Pat Hunt, unseated. A majority of only 419, but a swing to Social Credit of 4.81%. Mangere, a final now from Mangere, not surprising, I guess. One of the big majorities there. David Longy, not only Prime Minister, but holds onto his seat with a majority of 7,788. But it looks like a very low turnout there in Mangere for the parties other than for Labour. A 3.41% swing towards Labour in Mangere. Another final now, Kaimai. In Kaimai, Mr Townsend for National has held on to that seat, The opposition really split between the New Zealand Party and Labour there, with Social Credit back into fourth place. A very strong showing there, in fact, by the New Zealand Party. Majority of 3316 for Mr Townsend in National, holding the seat for National. Matamata, another seat in the same general area. And in the Matamata seat, National have again held long-serving MP Jack Luxton holding on there, a big majority, 5,311, but still a big swing to Labour, not, of course, making any appreciable impact on the majority, though. New Lynn, another final from New Lynn. Labour hold New Lynn. Jonathan Hunt, 10,495. That gives him a majority on election night of 5,846, a swing towards Labour of 2.17%. Miramar now, a seat which National had some hopes of picking up if things had gone their way. They haven't. A big majority now for Mr Nielsen in a previously marginal seat. Majority of over 3,000 votes. A big swing there, 7.43% towards Labour. Another final, Otara. Colin Moyle, sitting MP in Otara. Moyle Labour 9805, a big majority 6057, a swing of 7.32% towards Labour in Mangere. Again, Mana Motuhake not really showing up in the general seats, only 86 votes there. Pahiatua, a safe National seat, not surprisingly again, John Falloon holding that. The majority there has gone up, I beg your pardon, it's sitting at about 5,000, and a swing towards Labour of 6.61% trims that back. Still a most comfortable majority there for Mr Falloon. Porrua, a safe Labour seat in the Wellington metropolitan area. Dr Gerard Wall holding on to that for Labour, again comfortably, 4.748, but a slight swing against him, 1.91% swing towards National in Porrua. Tarawera. Next final from Tarawera. McLean for National holding that seat, 8423 his vote count, a big majority, 3436, despite a swing towards Labour of 4.19%. National holding Tarawera. Tasman, and the seat which one of our studio guests will be interested to see tonight. Shirley for Labour, holding on to that Tasman seat, 8997. Hunt for National, 7200, and a majority there of 1797, a swing of 1.66% towards National, so maybe the absence of Sir Wallace Rowling Rodney did in fact have some effect on that. A bit of a swing towards National there in Tasman.
Yes, Adrian Hayter picking up 1,500 votes there for the New Zealand Party.
State of the parties, 55 finals in. 55 finals in, 32 have now gone towards Labour, 21 to National, 2 towards Social Credit, and that line, 48 seats not too far away now for Labour.
40 seats still to be decided there, Fred, but Labour now only requiring another 16 seats to fill the Treasury benches.
And on our prediction anyway, they'll be going well beyond that tonight.
All right, we're going to go for another little drink. I hope you'll do the same. We're back after this commercial break.
Pimples love parties and usually arrive soon after your invitation. Don't panic. Hit them with Oxy a few days before the big night. Oxy combats bacteria and helps open, dry and clear up pimples quickly. Send pimples packing. With Oxy 10 lotion or new Flesh Tone Oxy cover, covers while it clears.
5, 4, we've gone for main engine start. We have main engine start.
When you're 260 miles above the Earth, you don't take chances, especially when it comes to sinus congestion and head colds. That's why Actifed is carried and used by NASA's astronauts in space. So when you want fast, effective relief from sinus congestion, hay fever, or a heavy head cold, ask for Actifed, the one astronauts use.
Welcome back, and our computer tells me that we're now in a position to make a prediction of the final result for the evening, and our prediction is that Labour, by the end of tonight, will hold 57 seats, National will hold 36, Social Credit will hold 2, and the New Zealand Party will not show. Colin, at this stage, how accurate can we say that this prediction is? Do we have enough indication to say that the computer is telling us within a seat or so?
It is within a seat or so, yes. Interestingly, we're now moving beyond, in order to pick this up, we're moving beyond our range of critical seats, and we're having to rely on progresses for some seats. East Cape, for instance, is so far showing a slight Labour lead, and Wairarapa is showing also a slight Labour lead. So those two are a bit dicey at the moment in our prediction. The swing overall in the country seems to be settling down to about 4.5%. Our indicator booth suggests 4.6. The finals that are in so far, about 4.3. Now that's a similar sort of swing to the one that Labour got in 1972.
So we're certainly looking towards a major move, though it may be 1 or 2 seats, possibly either way, of the figures that we've just seen.
Well, I would watch seats like Wairarapa, East Cape. Those are 2, and Whangarei, which we don't yet have a final for.
Of course, there are always casualties on election night. One of those we've seen tonight, the leader of the Social Credit Party, George Beetham. We have, Bruce Beetham, and I have George Bryant here. First of all, a reaction about Mr. Beetham losing his seat.
Well, Rodney, I think there'll be thousands of people of all political colours up and down the country who will be most saddened at Bruce Beetham's loss tonight.
To some extent, that's tempered by the exciting addition of Neil Morrison.
Yes, I predicted. I thought Neil would take the seat, and I'm very pleased about that, and also very pleased about Gary Knapp winning East Coast.
You still think you've got another one up your sleeve?
Could be, but I doubt it.
All right, George Bryant, thank you very much.
Thank you.
More finals coming through now, thick and fast. Bay of Islands, the first one up. And in the Bay of Islands, which of course is a seat that Social Credit was very keen to see, no real showing there by Les Hunter this time. Neil Austin holding on to that seat for National with a majority of 2942 on election night. A swing, in fact, of 12.77% back towards the National Party from Social Credit. Final for Fendleton. Christchurch seat of Fendleton, and National hold Fendleton. So they still have 1 seat left in the Christchurch area. Philip Burden holding for National in Fendleton, and still with a reasonably comfortable majority there, 1,275. A marginal swing, in fact, back towards Philip Burden for National, 0.21%. Timaru now. Sir Basil Arthur holds Timaru, a seat he's been in for a long time now. Sir Basil Arthur, former Cabinet Minister for Labour, 10,419, a majority of 2,143, despite the boundary changes going a bit against him. 1.45% swing towards Labour in Timaru. Tauranga, a seat with a lot of interest in it because of the showing there of the New Zealand Party, and in fact they've swept up there into second place. Winston Peters, who was of course the MP for 3 years and then lost his seat to Colin Moyle last time, he comes back into the House, this time for the seat of Tauranga, where the former Cabinet Minister Keith Allen resigned. He has a majority of 4,469, and it looks as though the other parties, New Zealand Labour and Social Credit, really fought each other to a standstill there.
Swing
very
there,
close.
Fred, 33.41% of the New Zealand
Party. Well, of course, that's from a nil
right.
base, so, but 33.41% of the vote in Tauranga is a pretty good showing by a new party. Another final, Te Atatu, a Labour seat, held by Labour. Dr. Michael Bassett there, over 10,000 his vote, and a majority of 4,600 plus. 2.68% the swing there towards Labour. State of the parties now, 60 finals in, 34 seats for Labour. They're getting close to that 48 line and becoming the government. 24 seats still held by National, 2 for Social Credit, and none for the New Zealand Party, though they've made some strong showings in a number of seats. 60 seats in, 35 still to go, 34 seats there for Labour, moving towards the position of government. Another final. Birkenhead this time, where the deputy leader of the National Party is standing, and he holds the seat, 1,618, his majority. A small swing there to Labour, probably the personal standing of Mr Macleay, keeping that general swing down to those proportions. Another final for Clutha. Robin Gray holds on there for National, not surprising. It was a marginal seat at one stage, but the boundary changes made that a very safe seat for National. Majority of over 4,000, and a marginal swing, in fact, to National in Clutha. Dunedin West. Mathewson for Labour has 10,168 votes, and interestingly, the former Labour MP for what was a large part of this new electorate, Brian McDonnell, getting 2,500 odd votes, but nowhere near enough to upset Clive Mathewson, the Labour candidate there. His majority getting up towards the 6,000 mark, and a big swing towards Labour. Final for Franklin. In Franklin, Bill Birch, Minister for Energy, holds on more than comfortably, almost 5,000 his majority, despite a swing towards Labour of around the national average, 4.39% there.
OK, just while we're pausing here, we're going to go to Jim Greener from the Wellington Labour Party headquarters. Are you there, Jim?
Yes, I am indeed. Not surprisingly, there's great jubilation at the Labour Party headquarters in Wellington. They don't crack open the champagne at the Labour Party, but the beer and still wine is flowing freely. And there have been absolute pandemonium when those finals were announced, particularly in Waitaki, Horowhenua and Ohariu, where Labour had won. Now, these are Labour Party supporters here. How do you feel about it?
Well, I'm absolutely delighted. This is the 13th election that I've followed for the Labour Party, and I think it's lucky 13.
How about you?
We're very grateful and very happy for the overseas people and also the island and the New Zealand born. We're very grateful and very, very happy tonight.
And a brief comment from you.
Well, I'm absolutely rapt. A lot of people have worked really hard for the victory tonight, and they deserve it, and I think it's really good for New Zealand.
Thanks very much. This is Jim Greenough at the Labour Party headquarters. Back to the studio now.
Thanks, Jim. More finals with us now. Papatoetoi's final is with us. And in Papatoetoi, Eddie Isby holds on to that seat, 9016 seat. 9016, the votes for him, majority on election night of over 2,800, and a substantial swing towards Labour, 5.28%. That's the story there in Papatoi. A reasonable showing by the New Zealand Party. In Raglan now, another final with us. Simon Upton holds on to Raglan. Majority of 1844, and Social Credit they're down into fourth place. Moderate showing by the New Zealand Party, and Holmes for Labour 5833. Majority 1844 for Simon Upton, 5.95% the swing towards Labour. St Albans, another final.
Another solicitor down here too, Fred.
Cahill for Labour, 11,241, a big majority, 5,700. Swing towards Labour, 2.58%. The seats continue to pile up there for Labour. Cahill holding on to a safe Labour seat. Final now for Tamaki. Final figures for the Prime Minister's electorate. He's held it, no great surprise. Mr Muldoon, Sir Robert Muldoon, for National, 9532. Tulloch for Labour, 6073. Majority of 3,459 for Sir Robert, and a swing against him of 2.86% towards Labour in Tamaki, less than the general trend around the country, but still a majority of 3,459 for Sir Robert on election night. Specials, of course, still to come. Waikaremoana Moana now, a final from what's really a new seat, substantially different boundaries. Mr McClay for National holding on, 7304, majority of over 1,500.
After that raft of results, we're going to go to National Party headquarters here in Wellington with Brett Dumbleton.
Sue Wood, the Prime Minister's officially conceded the election. You must be extremely disappointed. Are you, though, really surprised?
I am surprised with the extent of the swing. I didn't think that we would do as badly as we have in the cities. But surprisingly, the South Island seems to have held very well. In fact, we've done very well in seats like Selwyn and indeed in Fendalton.
But you say you've done very badly in the cities. Why was that? Why do you think it went so badly wrong for National?
Well, we've seen, as we did in 81, two elections really, where we've held fairly well in the provincials, certainly in the South Island, but Wellington and Auckland have not done well for us at all.
There seems to be some feeling in National Party headquarters here tonight that you in fact had it lost right from the moment Sir Robert called a snap election. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that at all, and really you've got to go back 9 years and say, well, the National Party has govern New Zealand longer than most parties in Western democracies, and Sir Robert has indeed led longer than most leaders.
How much then is the fault Sir Robert's personally that the National has lost?
Oh no, you can't look at that. You've really got to look at wider issues. The economy, international recession. It's been a very tough time to be in government, and we held on by the skin of our teeth in 81, remember?
I heard Sir Robert say earlier in the evening that he thought it was the end of him as leader forever. Would you see it that way too?
I'm not sure what Sir Robert has said tonight, and certainly I'm not commenting on the leadership tonight. I think it's more appropriate tonight that I congratulate the Labour Party and say well done, and give notice that we've governed New Zealand for 29 of the last 35 years. We intend to govern New Zealand for at least 29 of the next 35.
Sue, back to Campaign 84 in the studio.
Thank you.
Right, back with our studio now, and we've got a state of the parties for you. We've got 68 finals in. Sorry, before we go to that, I've just been told we've got a gain for Labour, another gain, final in Eden, and that gives that seat, I believe, to Richard Northey. Indeed, it does. Richard Northey has that seat now. The majority 1931. Richard Northey 9858. Biggish swing towards Labour there, almost 6% swing towards Richard Northey, and that puts another cabinet minister out of the race. Ozzie Malcolm there, Minister of Health. Managed to get only 7927, so Richard Northey in front now, a big sort of majority there in what was a marginal seat, almost 2,000 votes, specials still to come. That's another seat falling from National towards Labour. Now let's have a look at the state of the parties as they are with 68 finals in. 39 now towards have gone to Labour. They need only another 9 finals now in their favour, and they are the government. 27 towards National, 2 seats now held by Social Credit. That's the state of the parties with 68 finals in.
So, Labour still needing 9 seats before they can claim victory. Let's bear in mind, with all the predictions we've had tonight, the one that Sir Wallace Rowling made at the very beginning of the programme, they didn't carry David Longy in spite of the great reception they gave him. Back after the commercial break.
This is what National videotape recorders haven't got in common with other videotape recorders. Featherlight sensor pad controls in a slimline cabinet or a super slim cabinet. A videotape recorder with hi-fi stereo sound. Not just stereo, but superb hi-fi stereo that outperforms most hi-fi audio decks. National videotape recorders. Technology that anticipates tomorrow today.
Jason is back. 3 times before,
Sorry to change your mind?
you have felt the terror, known the madness, lived the horror. But this is the one you've been screaming for. Because Friday, April 13th, will be Jason's unlucky day. Friday the 13th, the final chapter.
See it at an amalgamated theatre.
If you could cut your home and contents insurance premium by up to 50% and still get total cover, you'd be interested, wouldn't you? And instead of paying a lump sum, if you could spread the premium over 12 months, that'd really make things easy. Well, United Total Cover is for you. Total coverage, lower premiums, and the convenience of monthly payments. Why pay more than you have to? Start your policy with United.
Start your day off with Craig's, and you know you're giving them real goodness, because nothing but the real fruit goes into Craig's. Here, try for yourself. Taste the fruit, and there are so many great ways that you can use Craig's. One of my own special favourites, fresh baked scones with Craig's strawberry jam and a dollop of whipped cream. Irresistible. Naughty, naughty. So remember...
Make it good, make it easy, make it Craig's.
Welcome back, and we can have a look now at how the overall vote share between the parties is going. Labour picking up the seats and picking up the vote. They've got 42% of the votes that have been cast today so far, of all the results we have in. National has 37% of the votes cast today, so there's actually a 5 percentage points gap between the two major parties. Social Credit, well, certainly not performing in the way that they did at the last election. They're down to 8%, and the New Zealand Party, better than the polls have indicated them, I believe, lately, and 12 percentage points there. So they seem to have picked up quite substantially, and it looks like Social Credit are the big leaders in terms of percentage vote tonight. Indeed they are. They've gone well down. The darker bars that you can see, the grey bars for those of you with colour sets, show what the vote percentage was last election. So Labour's share of the vote up on last election, National's marginally down, Social Credit substantially down, and of course the New Zealand Party didn't poll last time, so everything for them shows as a gain. 12 percentage points for the New Zealand Party.
Well, Mike Bungay, you haven't won any seats yet, but you're seeing tonight as a victory for the New Zealand Party.
I certainly am. I mean, 12% of the votes first time up. We've only been going a few months. I think it would have been significantly higher if it hadn't been for these polls that were taken. If you look at the polls, last weekend Radio New Zealand did a poll. I think I was 3.5% in Miramar, poll 18. Bob Jones, 12%, poll 25. John Feast, I think he was 2.1%, poll 20%. And I think we've lost a lot of votes because of those polls, which are totally fictitious, really. But no, the New Zealand Party's done extremely well, and obviously they're here to stay.
Are you suggesting you could have won seats tonight if it hadn't been for the polls?
I wouldn't say won seats, but certainly scored higher than we have, even though 12% is a very satisfactory result for a very young party.
We talked earlier about the New Zealand Party and whether it was here to stay. You said definitely they were here to stay. What about you personally?
Well, you know, I take every day as it comes. It's back to the tranquility of the courtroom, I suppose, next week, which will be a welcome relief.
But, I mean, have you enjoyed being on the campaign trail? It's not been very long for you, admittedly, but will you be tempted next time?
Oh, I would think so, yes. Yes.
In the same seat?
I wouldn't change. I know the area. Personally, I was up against a very, very good candidate in Peter Nielsen. And he's a very good MP and a very popular man, a good man. And it was hard for me to take seats away from Labour. And I'd like to have another go, yes.
OK, Mike Bungay, thanks very much.
Mike Bungay there with Rodney. And now, Colin James, what are we seeing around the country at this stage?
Well, we're seeing, as we saw earlier on in the evening, we're seeing a swing against Social Credit, except where it's strong. And in fact, although Social Credit will be third in terms of seats, definitely will be fourth in terms of votes. And the New Zealand Party has nearly twice as many votes overall. So there's been a big swing against Social Credit in all except a handful of seats. Interesting to note, Sue Wood said the South Island seemed to have been kinder to National. That's borne out by the swing figures, where the South Island and Christchurch are well below the national average, about 2.8% in the South Island and 1.1% in Christchurch, part of the South Island. And also, National seems to have done what it's often done in the past. It's held on with a lower swing in those critical seats, like the national marginals, lower than average.
Right, Colin, well, let's find out what's happened in a number of new finals that are now with us. Waikato, final for Waikato. Story for National, 7-1, 7-6, a majority there of 1392. A rather interesting new MP there, former Federated Farmers President Rob Story, taking Waikato there for National, 1392, despite a swing of more than 6% towards Labour. East Cape. And a Labour gain in East Cape. This is a fairly substantial sort of swing there. The race of the ladies, really. Fraser, Labour, 6849. Majority of 767. A fairly substantial majority there for the Labour candidate in East Cape. A massive swing, 9.66% towards Labour in East Cape.
This is Duncan McIntyre's old seat.
That is indeed Duncan McIntyre's old seat. It's a very, very substantial swing there, and possibly the big surprise of the night. Fraser Labour takes East Cape, majority on election night of 767. Waipa. Final in Waipa, National hold it. O'Regan, National 8860, majority of more than 5,000, and a big swing towards National there of 13.38% in that Waipa seat. A huge swing, and one of the irregularities, obviously, of the election. We are getting some rather strange movements tonight. Certainly, the swings are not consistent around the country. The Social Credit vote there reasonably well down. Labour barely pushed back into third place, but quite clear decision there. National holding Waipa. Dunedin North, safe Labour seat held by Stan Roger for Labour with more than 10,000 votes, a majority of approaching 5,000, 2.88% swing towards Labour in Dunedin North. Waitakere. Auckland seat of Waitakere, Ralph Maxwell holds on for Labour 9151, big majority there, over 4,000, and again a swing of almost 5% towards Labour, fairly much in line with the general trend. State of the parties now, only 4 seats to go for Labour to become the government. 44 of the 76 seats so far declared have gone to Labour. 30 of them have gone to National, 2 have gone to Social Credit. State of the parties with 76 finals in. Another final now, they're really coming in, these last finals, and Whangarei, another of the provincial cities. Banks holds for National, holding there 8917, good majority really in what a seat one might have thought would have changed with a major sort of swing, but Barbara Magner for Labour not making the impression she might have liked, and John Banks, one of the younger National MPs, holding on to that seat, swing in fact of 1.14% towards National in that seat. Panmure, a seat with a new title, but not with a new MP, in fact. Bob Tizard, one of the longer-serving members of the House. In fact, I believe he's been there now for 24 years and looks like he has another 3 in front of him. Bob Tizard for Labour, 9524, a majority of over 5,000, 3.39% swing towards Labour.
OK, give your voice a rest, Fred. It was almost gone at tea time this afternoon. We've got another final from Pencarrow. And the final result in Pencarrow shows that Fraser Coleman has held the seat there for Labour with a comfortable swing of 4.51% and a majority tonight of 5,129 to Labour. Fraser Coleman holds Pencarrow for Labour. And we have one more final here. It's North Shore. And I'd be prepared to bet that George Gear's hung on here, and indeed he has. Although there is a swing to Labour, but George Gear retains the seat for National with a majority tonight of 3,080 votes. A swing to Labour of 2.43%, but George Gear comfortably home in North Shore for National. And we've got one more South Island seat, and just as that was safe for George Gear, this has got to be Kerry Burke, safe for the West Coast, and Labour hold the West Coast, although a small swing there to National. But Kerry Burke's majority tonight, 4,044 votes. Labour hold the West Coast.
Well, we understand now that Roger Douglas has joined his party leader up in the Mangere electorate. Mr Douglas, one of the people, I guess, now in the hot seat. Roger Douglas, what's ahead of you at this stage?
Well, really, it was an excellent result today over the country, and I think we in the Labour Party have a lot to thank David Longy for the magnificent campaign he ran over the last 4 weeks.
Well, you're the person that I guess most people are now picking to take over the finance portfolio, though that, of course, still has to be decided. You've been crying to some degree doom and despondency. How do you feel about taking up that challenge now?
Well, I'd welcome the opportunity to take that challenge up, and all I could say is that we wouldn't have the sort of ad hoc piecemeal management we've had over the last 9 years.
What do you think you're going to be able to do for the country in the economic field?
Well, I think that New Zealand has tremendous potential. It has to be remembered that in 1956 we were the richest country in the world. We've slipped down. We can get back there, I believe.
Well, you've been saying that the country's in a bad state. You've been saying it's been economically mismanaged. What can you actually do in 3 years? Do you, in fact, face the chance of being another 3-year Labour government?
No, I'm looking forward to Labour Party being in for 10 years plus, at least.
Roger Douglas, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Roger Douglas there, as Fred said, the likely Labour Party spokesman on financial matters. We're back after this short commercial break.
Pre-takeoff fruit juice, refresher towels, free drinks and free headsets, things for the kids, famous Aussie beers, a sumptuous 3-quart meal, superb Australian wines, friendly people. And what do you call this, Qantas?
Teddy, this is Qantas economy class.
Economy? Qantas, You obviously don't know the meaning of the word.
Gold, silver. Man's desire for these precious metals is matched only by his desire for sporting excellence. At the Olympics, our athletes will be the true amateurs. Victory will be all the sweeter for that. To support our Olympic team, limited editions of New Zealand gold and silver commemoratives have been minted, the first of their kind. All proceeds to our Olympians. Available at the Bank of New Zealand. Invest in our sporting heritage and your future.
A grey, grey world that's crying out for originality. The big news in car design is the all-new Mitsubishi Sigma. Big on performance with new aerodynamics, new suspension design, and front-wheel drive road holding. Inside, luxurious new interiors, and so much space that Sigma actually qualifies as the biggest car in its class. This all-new Mitsubishi is also big on intelligent technology with unique computer electronics, all designed to make driving an absolute pleasure. This is Mitsubishi innovation at its best, an all-new Sigma. So advanced in so many ways, it can truly be called a car of the future today. The big news in car design is Mitsubishi Sigma. 6 new models from the Todd dealer network.
More finals now, and some quite interesting ones coming up. Wanganui now, where Social Credit did have a presence in the past and a popular candidate. Terry Heffernan still there in second place, but quite a long way in second place. Russell Marshall holding Wanganui for Labour, majority of over 3,500, 6.36% swing towards Labour. Another final, Kaipara. And in Kaipara, National have held. Lockwood Smith there for National, a majority of over 5,000, and a big swing towards National, 14.42% towards National, and that just shows up how the Social Credit vote in some of those northern seats has not been holding up, because Social Credit were very, very close in Kaipara last time. Another final, Remuera, safe National seat, and there we see Doug Graham, home in Remuera for National, majority of over 3,000, but a big, big move there towards the New Zealand Party. 38.27% towards the New Zealand Party in Remuera, putting them, in fact, in second place there. Sydenham, a final now from Sydenham. And the Labour Party's president there, Jim Anderton, big majority, 6653. 2.8% towards Labour, the swing there in Sydenham. Maybe we could have a look at the state of the parties at this stage with, let's see, how many seats have we got in now? I'm starting to lose track with the speed with which they're coming in. Yes, state of the parties, 78 finals, still 4 needed by Labour, 44 to Labour, 32 for National, 2 for Social Credit. State of the parties, 78 finals in, 95 the total number of seats.
Well, while Fred's, in fact, struggling there with how many seats we've got in, we've got the candidates standing by up there in Pakuranga, and I think our reporter up there, it is indeed, it's dear old Rob Harley.
Yes, good evening from a very happy Social Credit headquarters here at Pakuranga, where Neil Morrison has arrived to an exuberant welcome not so long ago. He's with me here this evening, alongside him the provisionally defeated candidate, Mr. Pat Hunt. When the noise dies down, we'll chat with Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison, a provisional congratulations. Do you believe that you've won the seat definitely?
Yes, it looks pretty firm at this stage.
Why do you believe you won Pakuranga?
Well, because I've got a grand team of people working for me who have worked very diligently for a very long time.
Just yourself and Gary Knapp in Parliament. How do you feel about that? Bruce Beetham's gone?
I'm feeling very fine and raring to go.
Turning to you, Pat Hunt, defeated National Party candidate. Have you conceded defeat finally?
No, we have not. What I do want to say is that I want to thank the National organisation and the people that voted National in Pakuranga. I believe we were stuffed, not by Social Credit, but by the New Zealand Party. I believe that this is a tragedy for Pakuranga, that we are now represented by a third-rate party, the Skoda Brigade, the Crimperling suit mob. You only have to look at them here. I mean, that's not Pakuranga.
Doesn't sound very graceful, Mr. Hunt.
I want to say, no, it's not graceful, because I think it's a tragedy. The image of Pakuranga has been tarnished by this minority support and election of a social credit candidate.
Mr. Hunt, thank you. Returning back to the studio, Fred Colcom and Rodney Bryant. Thank you.
Rob Harley there with the successful and unsuccessful candidates in Pakuranga. More finals now. Wairarapa in Ben Couch, Minister of Police, holding that seat but losing it on the night to Labour. Boorman for Labour, 8-4-6-2. Couch for National, 8075. That gives a majority on election night of 387 to Mr. Boorman. Special still to come, of course, but somebody with almost 400 on election night should hold on the basis of past performance. Swing of 7.09% towards Labour in the Wairarapa seat. Taranaki, another final coming in now. And Maxwell, National, holds on to Taranaki, 10-1-5-7, a majority of 5,674, despite a swing of more than 5% towards Labour. Auckland Central, safe Labour seat, and Auckland Central held by Richard Prebble, majority of almost 8,000 there, a huge majority. Labour swing there, 5.9%. Another final coming with us as soon as it gets into the system. There it is, Tongariro. Labour have held Tongariro. Bear in mind, of course, this is really a new seat. Large boundary changes in that part of the country, but on paper a Labour seat at the beginning of the evening. The end of the evening, very definitely a Labour seat. Majority of close to 4,000 for Mr. Scott. A swing of 11.8% there towards Labour. State of the parties now. And one more seat needed for Labour, one more seat to declare for Labour to become the government. 47 in so far out of the 82 finals have gone to Labour, 33 to National, 2 to Social Credit. Another final. This one from Papakura, southern limits of Auckland. And Merv Wellington, Minister of Education, holds on there, 7799, a majority of 1235, and that's a swing of almost 5 percentage points towards Labour. Another final, Wallace in the deep south there, Brian Tallboy's old seat, and it's been held by Derek Angus, the sitting National MP, majority of over 5,000, quite comfortable, despite a swing of more than 6% to Labour. Waitotara. Ben Young, another Cabinet Minister, holding on there in Waitotara, a majority of almost 3,000, and a swing towards National as the Social Credit vote there didn't go quite the way that Social Credit had hoped. They really thought that they might do a little better there in Waitotara. State of the parties, 82 finals in, 47 now to Labour, 33 to National, 2 to Social Credit, still that one seat to come before Labour can say they are the government. Well, now perhaps a chance to take a look at what might happen over the next few days. And one of the things that David Longy has to decide on, in fact the Labour caucus as a whole, is just who's going to be running the country in terms of the cabinet. And we have Rod Alley with us. Rod, what's your feeling now? What are the absolute certainties in the cabinet as far as you can see?
Well, those standard names you'd expect, the Douglases, the Moyles, the Tizards, they must all shoe in, as would the solid Christchurch triumvirate, the Kagels, the Hercuses, the Palmers. Then you get into an area of speculation where a lot is going to depend on how the caucus looks at the new lineup, and there they'll have to take into account balances of age, of experience, geographical balance has to come into it. They've got to bear in mind that they're digging in, hopefully, for, as far as Labour's concerned, for a period much longer than 3 years. There are enough of them there that remembered that they were only a 3-year wonder government in 1972 to 75, and they are very determined to prevent that experience occurring again. So they're looking beyond just this next 3 years. So they're looking at developing the kind of cabinet that will take them beyond the next 3 years.
Rod, can I just interrupt you for just a second? We'd like to come back to this discussion, but we're now in a position from the computer to, in fact, predict the overall seats. A slight change, I think, from what we had before. Our computer now predicts on the basis of the seats that have changed hands and the indications in those that haven't yet declared, that Labour will end the evening with 56 seats, National with 37, Social Credit with 2, and the New Zealand Party with none. Perhaps we could just go back now to Rod Alley. There are a number of long-serving members in the Labour caucus. Are they going to be overridden, in fact, by the younger people when the cabinet decisions are made?
I think the key question has to be here, Fred, as to whether someone like Bob Tizard, who previously was Finance Minister, is going to head off someone like Roger Douglas for finance. I don't think he will, because I think there's a close link there between Mr Douglas and Mr Longy. That's the kind of question. In terms of something like agriculture, I would definitely expect someone like Mr Moyle to be in charge. One overall question you have to bear in mind, though, Fred, has to be in terms of the overall balance, the political balance within that caucus as a whole. And I think one question Mr Longy is going to have to think very seriously about is whether he manages cabinet and leaves perhaps the running of caucus to someone like Mr Geoffrey Palmer, because he knows within the caucus there are still some difficult political balances to square off. Geoffrey Palmer is the kind of person who could manage those more effectively, I think, at that level.
Rod, thanks very much. I'd like to go to Colin James now and take a look at the prediction which our computer has thrown up for the final state of the parties. Colin.
Well, in fact, our computers, two of our screens are disagreeing with each other. I think we had 56-37-2 up then. It should have been 57-36-2. That was the prediction we had earlier in the evening, and now we're going to stick by that for now.
So there's still seats which we should be watching, though. Where should our eyes be at this stage of the evening with most of the seats still in?
At this stage, it's pretty much the rag end of seats. There's one moderately marginal seat, Carpety still to report. But that's showing a pretty firm prediction for Labor, and I think given that there's been a substantial swing to Labor, you can take that as staying with Labor. And in fact, I'm just told there's a final in which gives Carpety to Labor.
A final for Carpety? Well, maybe we can have a look at that right now. Indeed, we can. Final for Carpety. Margaret Shields holds on for Labor and takes her marginal majority way up there over the 4,000. She'll be very happy about that. A huge swing there, really. 10.82% towards Labor in the seat of Carpety. So that's really probably the last seat where there was any doubts, but we've still got finals coming through. Otago, the seat of Otago, where Warren Cooper is the sitting MP, a cabinet minister. He's back, majority of almost 2,000, despite a smallish swing towards Labor.
Oh, we're way off down into the South Island now, down to talk to Clive Mathewson in Dunedin, if he's down there. Good evening, Clive Mathewson, one of the new members of Parliament. First of all, tell us a little bit about the atmosphere down there tonight.
Well, the atmosphere in the studio is pretty quiet compared with the atmosphere in the party that they're having out at Fairfield.
It was one of those things that we were looking at because you were up against an independent Labour candidate. In the end, did that have any impact on your campaign at all?
No, we campaigned on a straight Labour policies campaign, and what happened seems to be that the independent took more votes from National than from us. That seems to be the case.
What are the issues down there in the very bottom of the South Island? I mean, there's a great tendency to sort of, not understand what's going on down there. What were the issues you campaigned on?
Well, you just stated it. You said that you don't understand what's going on down here, but we don't like it not to be understood what's going on down here. And there is a feeling of neglect from the north, but there are other issues which are the same throughout the country, and the sorts of things I'm talking about are people taking home a lot less than $200 a week with school shoes to buy, and that's the same here as it is everywhere else.
All right, Clive Mathewson, new Labour member for Dunedin West. Congratulations, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And New Zealand now does have a new government. So the Labour Party has reached the 48 line and has enough seats now to form a government on its own. The state of the parties, 84 finals in, 11 still to come, but Labour now has 48 seats confirmed, 34 to National, 2 to Social Credit. State of the parties with 11 seats still to declare.
So we now have a confirmation of what the Prime Minister told us some time ago, that the Labour Party have assumed the Treasury benches. We're back after this commercial break.
G'day, I'm Vince Martin and this is a blunt axe. Now, to a lot of people, it ain't a good axe anymore. But the truth is, there's only one part that isn't doing its job. Tires are like that too. Look at that. Blunt on top, but the rest is near as good as the day it was born. Your local Dunlop dealer can put a tread on that you wouldn't know from new. And that's all he'll charge you for, too. Dunlop retreads. They're pretty well as good as new. You know what I mean?
In February 1950, Chicago businessman Frank McNamara conceived the world's first credit card. Since that time, there have been many copies. But only one card remains faithful to Frank McNamara's original vision. First in the world, and still the last word in credit cards. Diners Club International. Who wants a copy when you can have the original?
Spread the word for taste. Spread the word for cakes.
Butter.
Spread the word for your mates.
Butter.
Spread the word on toast.
Butter.
Spread the word on your roast.
Butter.
What's that smile on your face? Must be butter. It's made right here when the sun shines bright and the air is clear.
Butter.
It's good to know that in this country we can all still afford to enjoy nature's taste, nature's spread, and there's only one word for that.
Butter.
Looking for a hot dish with real appeal? Then serve up a delicious apple crumble. Every bite as good as it looks.
1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4, 5 potato, 6 potato, 7 potato more.
Potatoes really make the meal. Buy bags more potatoes tomorrow.
The lifeblood of an economy is the finance that flows within it. Money that fosters development, investment, stability. For over 50 years, one finance company has been providing New Zealanders with the finance to grow, creating opportunity and strength. General Finance, the business of keeping New Zealand in business.
Welcome back. Two more finals now, and the first of the four Maori seats has declared. It's Western Maori. In Western Maori, Koroweteri hangs on for Labour. 7,578 his majority there. Really substantial one. 3.75% swing towards Labour in Western Maori. Manamotohake with about 700 votes there. Onehunga now another final. Fred Gervik. Labour 10,248, big majority, more than 4,000, and again a big swing, more than 6% towards Labour. Overall percentage vote change. Now that's the way the individual parties' votes have moved across the country tonight compared to the amount of the vote that they got in 1981. Labour's share of the vote is up 3.8 percentage points over what they had last time. Nationals has dropped close to 3% there, 2.9%. Social Credit, as we said, the big loser over the country as a whole, even though they've managed to concentrate their votes in some important seats for them, and they've still got 2 seats. About 13.1% down over the country as a whole for Social Credit. And the New Zealand Party at this stage, on the basis of the seats so far in, scoring in fact 12.4 percentage points. A very big going there for the New Zealand Party. That's the overall percentage vote share at this change rather at this stage of the night. State of the parties: 85 finals in, 10 more to come. Labour now over that line, 49, National 34, and Social Credit 2. Rod Alley, what are the big issues now that Labour faces? What's it really got in front of it? Roger Douglas was pretty confident they were going to hold on. Do we look like having another 3-year Labour government with all the problems that they've been saying there are?
Well, they'd be the first, I think, Fred, to say this is just the first leg of the double. They've really got to settle in and grapple with these problems and get the country up and about and on its feet again. And I think there are enough of them about now who well recollect what went wrong between 1972 and 1975 when they squandered that lead. They let the party run down. They didn't realise how quickly things can turn around in New Zealand, and they're very, very cautious indeed in going into government and playing it very much by ear. I would not expect any major decisions from them at the early stages because they're going to be settling the new government in and playing it fairly cautiously. They're going to telegraph this even before the poll about interest rates, about wages.
Can I change the direction of that, in fact, and ask you what the National Party are going to do? It's been a bad night for the National Party and a very bad night, one assumes, for the Prime Minister. He called the election. He laid the ground rules. Is he really in danger of losing his position now? And if not, who else is going to carry the cake?
Well, I think the National Party have a fine tradition of collective effort. They like to rise to the occasion. They like to be able to show what they can do. And I think the election did cause something of a surprise for them. When Prime Minister Muldoon called the snap election, he hoped to catch Labour wrong-footed, but I think it was National that were caught wrong-footed. I think there's some grievance in national circles that they didn't have more of an opportunity to show what they could have done. And I think the blame, if there is a scapegoat in this, has to be the Prime Minister. ex-Prime Minister, I should say, Sir Robert Muldoon.
Well, I'd like to bring Colin James on that, a man who's spent a lot of his time in the political field. Colin, is the Prime Minister really threatened now for the leadership of the National Party?
I think he is. There's been a lot of disquiet in the National Party about his style of leadership now for some time. There's a conference comes up in 2 weeks, and I think there will be a concerted move, and I think it will probably come from the organisational side of the party to challenge him before that conference. That probably means then the caucus of the week after next.
Well, how does that National Caucus in fact now look? Is it possible to say that with the factions that we've heard spoken of in the past within the National Caucus, has one faction done worse tonight than another? Is it possible to say that?
I think the Holding the Line faction probably has done better because candidates like Murray McCulley and Robin Leeming, who could have been expected to be strong opponents of the Prime Minister as new MPs and would have added to the move to change the leader, haven't been elected. So it's going to be an interesting tussle. I think the presidency comes into this because when Sue Wood was elected back in 1982, one of the predications on which her presidency was founded was a change in the direction of the leadership. And I think that now that the election has been called on the Prime Minister, fought on the Prime Minister and lost on the Prime Minister, there'll be a strong demand from the party for a change.
Colin, can I just interrupt this for just a moment, because in fact we've now got a result from Northern Maori where of course Mana Motuhake had high hopes with the former Labour Cabinet Minister Matt Rata. In fact, we see that Gregory Labour's held on to that, a big majority, almost 5,500, and Matt Rata really not a particularly significant stand there. Colin, is there any real significance for Mana Motuhake? They showed up hardly at all in the European seats. The general seats were very contested.
Well, I think we don't have a pattern yet in the Maori seats because in Western Maori, Mana Motuhake ceded second place to National, which was fourth last time. But that seems to be quite a substantial swing to Matt Rata, and I think what that indicates is that Mana Motuhake has survived its second election. It's ready for an election when Labour is the government, and it can point the finger and say, look, your traditional allies are not delivering, if of course, a Labour government doesn't deliver. And I would expect Mana Motuhake, since it seems to have survived this election relatively well, though we must wait for the other two seats, is now well positioned for the next election.
Well, we've been talking about is there life after Muldoon, and who do the National Party have to lead them? At the moment, of course, the Deputy Leader of the National Party is Mr Jim Macleay, and he's at Tamaki headquarters with the Prime Minister up there in Auckland.
We've held the seat with a good majority in the circumstances. It seems to have gone against the swing or the tide. At the same time, obviously, it's an evening of very mixed emotions. Pleasure at what's happened here, but disappointment at what appears to be happening to my colleagues.
Did you expect such a big loss? It seems to be quite a big swing against you.
Well, it's a bit difficult at this stage to calculate where the swing is or what the swing is, because the figures seem to vary from electorate to electorate. For instance, there are some Labour-held seats where the swings have in fact been very small. In others, of course, the swing has been much larger. The results don't seem to have any consistent pattern, but I've no doubt that the political scientists are finding something to analyse.
It appears that personalities actually came into it this time. People were actually sometimes voted for the man rather than the party.
I think that's true. I think that's true, but again, you can't calculate the extent of it. All you can look at finally is the results in particular electorates.
Jim Macleay there, back tonight in his own seat, but no longer the member of a governing party. Another final in Island Bay has now declared a final result. Franco Flynn holds on, 9,127, big majority, over 5,000, and again a big swing, 7.36% to Labour in Island Bay. Another final, Hauraki, and the Hauraki final sees Mr Lee back for National. Majority of over 3,000 and a swing towards National there in Hauraki, probably at Social Credit's expense, I suppose, because they were quite well placed there before. Swing of 6.21% towards National, and National hold Hauraki.
OK, we've spoken to the Deputy Leader of the Deputy Prime Minister, as he still is at the moment, of the National Party. Down in Christchurch, though, Rob Neal is talking to Mr Geoffrey Palmer, the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party.
earlier you said that it would be 10 to 14 days before there was a change of government. What's the procedure from now for Labor?
Well, the writs have to be returned, and that is when the new government is sworn in. Prior to that, the caucus must meet, a cabinet must be elected, portfolios need to be allocated, and then the ministers will be sworn in. There's a lot of work to be done before that happens.
Now, you are going to see Mr Longy tomorrow.
Yes.
When do you think a caucus will meet to decide who's in cabinet?
Mr Longy will announce that tomorrow.
It's usual for the Labor leader to say how many he wants in cabinet, but will everyone in caucus vote for who goes into cabinet?
Yes, the procedure is that every person who is elected under the Labor Party banner will have a vote in our caucus as to who should be in the cabinet.
What about the question of when there might be a budget?
Well, of course, that will be a decision for the incoming government. The government has supply until October. It is theoretically possible for a budget to be as late as March, but of course that would be most unusual, but there is considerable flexibility available in that area.
What comes first, the economic summit or a budget?
That will again be a question which the government will announce when it's been sworn in.
But you would anticipate that there would be some announcement on when the economic summit would be this week?
I think that is quite possible, and Mr Longy will undoubtedly be making some announcements tomorrow.
Why do you think that the size of the majority might even be embarrassingly large for Labor?
Well, I wouldn't say that it was embarrassingly large, but it does seem to be very large. And in that sort of situation, it is quite important to think carefully about the form of parliamentary organisation that we will undertake. The select committee system, for example, our policies requires changes. It's obvious that there is going to be difficulty for the opposition parties in properly staffing a select committee because of their reduced numbers.
Geoffrey Palmer, thank you.
Thank you.
Christchurch for Super 84.
Rob Neal there in Christchurch with Geoffrey Palmer. 7 more finals still to be declared. We have the first of those 7, Mount Albert. Mount Albert, a Labor seat. Helen Clark holds for Labor 10,885 votes, her share of the votes. Gives her a majority of over 5,000, and again a substantial swing, not quite up to the national average, but 3.55% the swing towards Labor in Mount Albert. With 89 finals in, Labor well over that 48 line now. 52 seats to Labor.
The happiest loser, without any shadow of doubt, tonight is the leader of the New Zealand Party, Bob Jones, and he's standing by with Ted Sheehan here in the capital at Oliver's nightclub, the New Zealand Party headquarters for the evening.
Bob Jones, there's been a lot of cheering tonight, particularly when national candidates lose, and we've seen Pat Hunt speak rather bitter words about you. Is this a very vindictive campaign between New Zealand Party people and national people?
Oh, God, no. Definitely no. But, I mean, in Pat's case, I mean, Pat's a bit of a humorist, and I've always enjoyed... he owes me $100, incidentally. We had a bet of $100 that he'd lose his seat. There's a special feeling there because about 2 weeks before we were launched, he came out on the local newspaper up there with a front page story accusing us of being the Clayton's Party. And that newspaper got in touch with me, and of course nobody believed that this party was going to exist, and now we hear the Prime Minister blaming us for his defeat. I promised him we would be responsible for his defeat. We have been. And I have no regrets about that. I'm very pleased about that for the country's sake. But in Pat's case, of course, it's amusing because of this Clayton's Party thing and the bet we had. And, you know, there he is tonight sort of raving on about us. What were his words? The New Zealand Party stuffed the government. Well, that's what I told him we would do, and we've done it.
But for all that you've picked up, looks like 12.5% of the total vote, you've become, in effect, the third party, but you have no seat. Surely that must be disappointing.
Oh, of course it is. Yes, it's terribly disappointing, and not for me personally. I mean, it means I can go fishing next week, and I wouldn't have been able to. But very terribly disappointing when, without naming names, I see an awful lot of lightweights in the House, and I see people like Josephine Grierson of enormous capability, and Margaret Evans and John Feast and so on. You know, really outstanding, well, many I could name, but really outstanding people that are not normally drawn into politics, rejected. And particularly Josephine Grierson and Pakuranga. You know, I was really sad about that. But there we are, that's the electorate, and it's not a perfect world. But we have achieved the first thing we set out to do, which was to defeat the government. I frankly don't believe Labor could have done it. We have been the opposition for 9 months, and the Prime Minister has said tonight we were responsible for his defeat. Well, 9 months ago we were a hoax.
Do you predict that the Labor government will stay in office for more than one term?
That depends very much on us.
In what way?
because our people are terribly keen to carry on. After all, we've only been going 9 months, and we've had to put the roots down. I've had to build a party across the country. I've done that. That takes decades normally. Well, you let us at them, up and at them over 3 years, and that's a different ballgame.
And will you be leading the New Zealand party in 1987?
Gosh, everybody keeps asking me that. Are you expecting a coup because I failed? Is that it? I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It really has been a very fascinating and extraordinary experience for me personally, and so I see no reason why not, unless they give me the sack.
Bob Jones, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bob Jones. I just sworn I saw a traffic officer's helmet in the background. There might have been white balloons. He at last seems to have stopped offering to clobber people. Back after this commercial break.
They're new, savoury tomatoes from Watties. Different, convenient, so tasty.
Well, naturally, they're Watties.
There's a fist full of dollars waiting for you at Smith & Brown when you trade in your old furniture. Now's the time to refurnish your home from New Zealand's largest range. Trade in for lounge, bedroom and dining suites, or a new mattress and base. We'll collect your tired old furniture free when we deliver the new. Don't miss out on a fistful of dollars. Trade in now at Smith & Brown.
Smith & Brown, you'll be pleased you saw us first.
More music right after this break.
Because you're a woman, you know what to expect month after month. And because you want to make sure it's comfortable and clean, you'll need a tampon with an applicator. And only Tampax tampons have an applicator. So, will you persist with anything less? Or will you change to the easy comfort and hygiene of the Tampax applicator tampon? There's really no question, is there?
Milo match winners make marvellous tries. Milo match winners make marvellous goals. Milo match winners make marvellous goals. Get your Milo match winner ball for only $4.95. Full details on special Milo packs at your store now.
Don't you wish you could cook a meal that's, well, a bit different? I can, and so can you, with Magic Cook in the Pot. Look at all these famous dishes. Tonight I'm cooking chicken provençal. It's so easy, because Cook in the Pot has exactly the right blend of herbs and spices that you need to create these wonderful, authentic dishes. Magic Cook in the Pot. A deliciously simple way to serve something different.
One more final, and that's in Eastern Maori. And in Eastern Maori, we see that Peter Tapsell still there, quite comfortably. In fact, the only one to get up into four figures. He's got a majority of 9,661, and he's taken a big swing, 7.97% towards Labour. Mana Motahaki down in third place, only 476. Quick look again at the state of the parties with 89 finals in. Labour 52, National 35, 2 towards Social Credit. Labour well established now as government.
All right, one of the things that we would just pause to talk about now with Rod Alley is the Labour Party has pledged to take a greater interest in women and their affairs, and just exactly who they're going to include in their cabinet when it comes to that. Rod Alley, there are a number of new women. First of all, can we deal with the ones who've already been there? There's Anne Herkes, of course, who is almost certain to be a cabinet minister. Fran Wild, who's got back in. Is she likely to get cabinet post?
Well, it depends what Mr Longy does with the new cabinet. If he decides to have a smaller cabinet of, say, 14 or 15 members and decides to appoint maybe some additional undersecretaries, more than the number we're used to, then other possibilities start to open up. People like Helen Clark, possibly, with some special responsibility and a bit like disarmament, start to come into contention. But you're right, Mrs Herkes would have to be the leading contender for a cabinet post among the Labour women.
What about Mrs Tirakartini-Sullivan, one of the former cabinet ministers? Is she likely to get a cabinet post this time?
Well, a contender, but I wouldn't say a certainty at this stage. Indeed, there will be a number of them, and this is the thing you can say about the new lineup, that there would be a good half a dozen or 10 people that would be certainly on the borderline of consideration for cabinet, and should be amongst that category.
What about some of those women that would be taking their seats in the House for the first time for Labour this time? People like Judith Keel, for instance. Could we just talk for a moment about her?
Well, I think those people are going to concentrate on solidifying their position, building up a very solid reputation as good, strong local members, and the person they would want to copy or emulate here would be someone like Fran Wilde, who has turned a marginal seat and on tonight's figures into a very safe Labor seat. For the first 3 years it is a case of consolidation and working through the party to strengthen.
What about Annette King in Horowhenua?
Well, ditto. She hasn't won by very much, and she's very obviously going to start working bright and early on Monday morning for re-election in 1987.
We've got that dramatic result in East Cape, of course, where Anne Fraser got in there for Labour. I don't know much about her.
Well, it's a sorry result in a way, because you had, for many women, I think, a disappointment in that one good woman candidate had to miss out, and bright hopes were indeed held out for Robin Leeming, a very bright star, rising star in the national firmament. Perhaps her time will come, but again, the same would apply. This is going to be a candidate who's going to consolidate her position in the future. So just a final point I'd like to make is that I think women have done a lot to achieve this Labour victory, not in the field of candidacy, but down in the middle levels of the party. We noticed that at Auckland, at the conference that Fred and I were at last year, and this is the result.
Rod, I'd like to bring Colin James in at this time, turning away from the women in the Labour Party. What problems, or what has the new government in fact got facing it at this stage?
Well, right tomorrow, David Lange has the American Secretary of State's, Mr. Schultz, to meet and to deal with ANZ, and I understand that Mr. Lange will take the Foreign Affairs portfolio himself, so he will be talking as the Prime Minister designate and as the Foreign Minister designate, and that's a really knotty and difficult problem because the party wants not out of ANZUS, but certainly conditions about ANZUS, which would be, I think, very difficult for the Americans to live with. That'll be a very tense discussion tomorrow. But beyond that, they've got the foreign exchange problem, which is a really important and difficult one, with the run on the dollar at the beginning of this campaign, the heavy borrowing the government has had to do to keep the dollar afloat. They must face the question of devaluation within the next 36 or 48 hours and either decide yes or no. Bob Hawke, for instance, went for a quick devaluation. Then longer term, they've got issues like a very high budget deficit. Normally, Labor's a big spending government, but there's very little room for manoeuvre for it to spend to this time. And I think within that, they're going to try to provide some sort of relief for low-paid workers. Interesting, during this campaign, David Lange specifically said to the higher-paid workers at places like Kawerau on the waterfront that that they couldn't expect very much. And then beyond that, we have the summit in August or September.
Of course, David Lange is the hero of the moment and his Labour Party colleagues, but the man I suppose that everybody wants to talk to most of all at the moment is the outgoing Prime Minister, Sir Robert Muldoon. He's in Auckland at his Tamaki headquarters with John Bishop.
Prime Minister, the swing against the government has been anything between about 4 and 9% in the seats that National was holding. Was the extent of the swing a surprise to you?
Well, I don't especially understand these swing things, but it's clear that the Jones party took a lot of National votes. People who'd normally vote National, and so, OK, Jones will say he's had a victory. Next 3 years will show that he's had a defeat. You've got a Labour government, and the people who voted for Jones are the ones who are going to suffer most. What we've set up here is a Labour government with a very substantial minority vote. In other words, the majority are against them, and they can't do it. They don't have the experience, the ability to handle this country in the situation it is now. We're set up for another landslide victory to National 3 years from now.
But equally, Sir Robert, it could not be said that a majority of the people have voted against you and your government, either by voting Labour...
Yes, of course. Yeah. But that's always the case. I can't remember when we've ever had a government that's had a majority of the popular vote. But that's not the point, is it? They've got a Labour government. Most of them voted against a Labour government, and you've got a very inexperienced group, and in my view, an incompetent group coming in. And I've rung Mr. Lange tonight, congratulated him and said, all right, you've got tomorrow for a day off. The 1987 campaign starts on Monday. And that's going to be another 1975 landslide, I assure you of that.
Publicly, you've been saying all the way through that the election was going to be close. Was that also your private view?
Yes, it was, but I didn't think Jones would appeal to so many who've obviously voted that way, because he said whatever came off the top of his head. And obviously some have taken it as real. All right, what they've done is get a Labor government. The defeat of Dick Harrison, for example, with a couple of thousand votes going to a Hawke's Bay farmer who supports Jones. My goodness, when Mr. Longy gets stuck into the death duties, those Hawke's Bay farmers will say, what an idiot I was.
Talking of Dick Harrison, you've lost not only the Speaker of the House, but a number of Cabinet Ministers. How much is going to be left of your team in Parliament when the final results are declared?
I got most of the good ones. And we're going to be a tough, tight, aggressive, experienced opposition. And, you know, I look around the ones that have won, and they're the tough Rob Muldoon group. And we're going to be, I think, at least as good, maybe an even better opposition than we had between 1972 and 1975.
The Labor vote around the country seems to have gone up by around about 4%. The social credit vote has collapsed substantially. One figure I saw was it was down something like 14%. Was it the collapse of the social credit vote or the intervention of the New Zealand Party which cost you the election?
Both, I suppose. But look, you know, we live in a Westminster-style democracy. And the people, in the complex way they make their decisions, decide who they want to be the government. And we shouldn't analyse it too much. The people say, OK, Rob Muldoon's been too tough. We'll try the other lot.
Mr. Beetham.
But 3 years from now, they'll be saying Rob Muldoon was right. Rob, come back.
Talking of that, Mr. Beetham said right at the outset of the campaign that by calling the snap election, you had underestimated the strength of the anti-Rob Muldoon feeling around the country.
I called the snap election because I didn't have sufficient support in my caucus to go through to November. The two members who were involved, Waring and Minogue, both out. All right, that's what the people say.
But was he right to say that there was a lot of anti-Rob Muldoon feeling around?
Of course. Especially in the Labor Party. And there's going to be a lot more Rob Muldoon anti-feeling in the Labor Party for the next 3 years. But out there in the public, that'll be a different matter.
You don't regard this then as a personal defeat for you?
As a what?
As a personal defeat for you. I think most commentators regarded the election as being fought about one issue.
Well, let me put it this way, that right at the end of the day, and after being rained off, the New Zealand softball team lost to the Americans by 1 run, right? And they're still in the final and the favourites. Okay, I'm still in the final as the favourite for 1987. Right, Tam?
That's right.
Prime Minister,
hard to beat.
Prime Minister, shortly after Mr. Longy was elected as leader of the Labor Party, you said that if you couldn't beat Mr. Longy in an election, you didn't deserve to be Prime Minister or leader of the National Party. Is that still your view?
Oh, well, if I said that, I'm certainly not saying it tonight. He's won on a nothing policy. Now, can he bring Jim Knox into the fold on this consensus thing? I don't believe so. Where's his cabinet?
Well, Sir Robert Muldoon may have conceded a numerical strength to Labour in the House, but he's certainly not, giving in. Kevin Ramshaw now is standing by in Fielding, and we're going to go over to him.
Now, to gather your thoughts to some extent, the social credit vote seems to have dropped by about 14%. How do you interpret tonight's result?
2 wins for social credit. And under our electoral system, that's as good as we had last time. After all, under our electoral system, what counts is seats, nothing else.
Would you still be pressing hard for proportional representation now?
Yes, because we're committed to it philosophically and in principle. We'll press for it even when our total support goes down. We are not a party that abandons principle. We never will be.
Where will the Social Credit Party go from here? Will it change in any degree?
It'll go upwards. It will keep on improving its position. It didn't improve its position in this election. It certainly didn't go back because it retained 2 seats. So it will increase and improve its position in the future. No question about that.
Both of those seats in Auckland and city electorates where once upon a time the main support for social credit seemed to come from the country.
Well,
how do you interpret that?
There's still a lot of support for social credit in the country. We did particularly well in quite a few seats, including Rangitikei. We almost won it again, which goes to show we've still got a lot of support in the country. It's nice to know we've now also got a lot of support in the city. The other parties better look out in the future, haven't they?
Have you had time yet to consider your own future?
No, haven't had time to think about it, obviously.
Will you retain your interest in the Social Credit League?
I'll always retain my interest in social credit, of course.
At this stage, does it occur to you that you'd like to stand again?
Well, that's something I'll have to think about, naturally. That's something I'll have to think about.
Yeah. What do you think was vital in the election in Rangitikei?
Boundary changes and the fact that Labour voters decided they prefer to have a national member of Parliament than a social credit one.
When you look back on it, do you regret perhaps spending time in those South Island seats that you could have spent in Rangitikei?
Oh, it was only a couple of days down there. That probably wouldn't have made much difference. I think the fact that I tried to provide a nationwide campaign for the party and didn't spend perhaps as much time protecting my own back as I might have, that may have been a contributing factor. On the other hand, I had pretty good coverage which came back into the electorate, and it may not have made that much difference. I think that the 2 things that I've mentioned were the factors that operated against me. The boundary changes. National Party tried to get me in various ways over the years, and they finally succeeded with on this occasion. But I think the main thing really was the fact that the Labour vote got carried away on what appeared to be a surge to the Labour Party, and forgot that their primary objective tactically ought to be to prevent National from getting seats. But the Labour Party does seem to have a bit of a desire to damage social credit more than National, but we won't pursue that too much.
Mr. Beetham, thank you very much. And now it's back to election headquarters.
Kevin Ramshaw talking to Bruce Beetham there in Fielding. After the commercial break, we hope to be talking to the leader of the Labour Party, Mr. David Lockyer. That's in just a few moments.
Suede, soft, luxurious, with a look uniquely its own. Now there's a suede look for walls. Dulux Wash and Wear Vinyl Mat. It's beautiful and utterly practical because the unique technology from Dulux makes this matte paint one that won't bruise or mark, won't shine when you clean it. Wash and Wear Vinyl Mat can cover all your old wallpaper, and it comes in a superb range of colours. Wash and Wear Vinyl Mat. It's the suede look paint for walls from Dulux.
To run the Hat of the Month Club in a business-like way, the boss has to keep the books, organize the files, write the letters, be creative, and still keep on top of things. The boss could bring home a tool for modern times, the IBM personal computer. It can help the business person wear many hats and sell even more. The IBM personal computer. Try one on at a store near you.
We're the tops, GR Television. We're the tops.
Get the package that's made GR #1 in TV rental.
Top sets, top service. Group rentals.
Your choice of top brand colour sets. Free in-home demonstration. We take care of everything, even your license fee and insurance. And GR's nationwide service guarantees you worry-free TV.
We're the tops.
GR, tops in television and video, whichever way you look at it.
Do I hear a bit for a Suzuki four-wheel drive? On a Cadbury auction block, one of these great Suzukis could be yours for absolutely next to nothing. Place any bid between $12,000 and $13,000 on this official auction block form. Send it into Capri with any king or big-size Capri wrapper. Up first 3 correct bids drawn win a Suzuki 4-wheel drive. Now, that's my kind of auction, a Suzuki for nothing. And everyone wins, because with 5 king or big-size Capri wrappers, you'll still receive a post office bonus bond.
Capri makes the day.
Welcome back. One more final from King Country. And in King Country, Jim Bolger, the National Cabinet Minister, holds on there, almost 5,000, the majority, but a swing of 12.88% towards Labour. That's really, I suppose, at the expense of Social Credit, who did reasonably well there last time. State of the parties now, and getting up towards the end of the evening, but still a few seats to come in, though they don't appear to be ones that are likely to change the eventual outcome. State of the parties with 93 finals in, 2 still to come. Labour 55 seats so far, 36 to National, 2 to Social Credit. That's 2 more seats, in fact, only to declare now. 2 more seats to declare, and Labour has 55 of those seats. Another final coming up. Eastern Hutt is declaring, which will leave us with only one final to go. Eastern Hutt final coming through now, and Trevor Young holding on there quite comfortably, a majority of over 5,600, and again a swing towards Labour, 3.1%, fairly substantial swing, not quite up with the general national trend, but quite comfortable there, and a very big majority for Trevor Young. Yet another final. I think this must wrap it up, must be our last final for the evening. No, not quite the last final for the evening, but Heratonga yes, for Labour there, Mr Jeffries holding on to Heratonga, 4,338. Big swing, 7.2%. We're still waiting for one of the Maori seats, but apart from that, that's our finals for the evening. Right, time now to find out how David Longy is feeling, and he's in Auckland with his election headquarters with Richard Harman.
Mr Longy, what will be the first priorities of your government?
The first priorities are to have a transition which is careful, measured, not shuddering, fully briefed, open the books, tell the truth, put the issues to the people, call Parliament together and just start to work our way out of it.
Can you give us some sort of a timetable? For example, first of all, opening the books, how long do you think it's going to take you to find out what economic state the country's in?
We'll be briefed fairly extensively in the course of the next week. We won't actually have a government sworn in until almost a fortnight away, and then we will draw people in, we will talk about the issues. It'll take time. It's not going to be a great sudden thing. Ministers should have the chance to tidy up their affairs, removed from their properties and offices. It's not going to be one of these sort of great get-out-of-mate jobs. It's a careful thing.
What about your own cabinet, your caucus? When do you expect your caucus to meet, and when do you expect we'll know who's going to be in the cabinet?
We'll meet by Thursday, and then we will appoint. I will appoint people who have been selected for cabinet to their portfolios. Then, of course, they will have their briefings. So you're talking about a fortnight when really nothing very, very spectacular happens.
Although obviously you've got a formidable task ahead of you, is how quickly do you think we're going to see some of the things that you've been talking about in the campaign taking place?
Oh, you're going to start seeing the whole question of full disclosure taking place almost immediately. You're going to start seeing consultation with the sector groups taking place almost immediately. You're going to see those sorts of changes. And then I'd expect with that confidence which will arise, you're going to see a bit of job creation. You are certainly going to see an unblocking of the Trans-Tasman investment logjam, and that's going to generate jobs. So you're going to see improvements gradually over the next 4 months.
Now, you were talking to Bob Hawke on the phone just a little while ago. Did you discuss the Trans-Tasman investment issue, or did you...
No, I have in the past, though. I was speaking to him about that quite recently. That's a matter that we can handle now.
Parliament itself, when do you expect you'll be back in the House? Because you have got a need for a budget, I think, before the end of September, haven't you?
No, that's a misunderstanding of the position. We have supply until the end of October. But we're going to get back into that House early. We'll be the first Parliament so soon after an election that's ever been for years. That's not to say it's going to be next week or the week after. We'll pick that too, carefully, and we'll pay Parliament the tribute of having our ministers fully briefed before we do go to Parliament.
Now, you've also just spoken to United States Secretary of State George Shultz. What took place in that phone call?
He congratulated me. He said that he was looking forward to meeting me. I talked to him about how long he'd known Bob Hawke, told him of the concern that I had that we should see that that conference went smoothly, and I accepted his expression of goodwill to the new government, which is what he gave me.
Turning to the events that we've seen tonight, are you able to explain how Labour has scored such a large victory?
Yes, we defined the issues on June 14. We set forth a whole new concept, a new style of government. We pledged to bring New Zealand together. We captured the mood. The people were tired of these other ways of dealing with factionalism, scrapping. We talked about things that affected people. We didn't talk about percentages. We talked about the price of bread. We didn't talk about CPIs. We actually talked about jobs. And that's a vote winner.
Is tonight's vote, though, a rejection of Sir Robert Muldoon and the National Government, or an endorsement of David Lange?
It's not an either-or situation. Clearly it's a rejection of the government. Clearly it's an endorsement of me and the Labour Party. If it was purely, as say, an anti-Sir Robert Muldoon phenomenon, Mike Minogue would be the member for Hamilton West.
You don't... What about the regional pattern that seems to have emerged? It seems very patchy from one end of the country. Is there any explanation for that?
I don't know. There's no explanation that I haven't looked at because I haven't really seen all the detail. But I have never assumed that this country is one uniform voting beast. It's not. I knew it, which is why I put the effort into the places. I went to Hawke's Bay this week, and in Hawke's Bay I had an election meeting where people said that there was no point in my being there. And we won Hawke's Bay. Now, that's because you know that this country doesn't vote uniformly.
You're now Prime Minister. For all things being equal, you'll be there for the next 3 years before there's an election. What style of government, what do you want this government to be that you're going to lead?
I want it to be a government that actually says these are the issues, respects people, takes them into its confidence, and then exhorts, leads, is skillful, is resolute, that has the courage to take a flag without reacting all over the place. I want a government that moves in international affairs saying something for New Zealand and in the world, forges new markets, changes New Zealand from being some sort of huge bulk producer of commodities that people don't really all that want to being people who market at the best value the commodity which we, with our jobs, can produce. Now, that's a huge change. We can do it. I think the next thing is that I want people to start to have some sort of feel for each other and not to exploit our differences, but to relish them, to seize the chance to make this truly a diverse society. I've looked out on this hall tonight and seen people from all around the world, all around the Pacific, absolutely at one with each other. And that is a great message for New Zealand.
And your own role in this government, what will that be?
I'm going to be the chairman of the board. And I'll do foreign affairs.
Are you going to be the great communicator?
Wouldn't try to challenge you for that, Richard Harman, would I?
David Lange, thanks very much.
Mr. David Lange talking to Richard Harman up there in Mangere. We've still got two finals to come in. We'll be back with those, we hope, after this commercial break.
It's you for United, and United is for you. You with a smile, I like your style. Haven't seen you for a while. It's you for United, and United is for you. The kind you like, you little skikes, just sitting on that trike. Well, it's you for United, and United is for you. For United, and United is for you. Can't you two wait? Cheap on a plate. Looks like you're running late. Well, it's you for United, and United is for you. For United, yes, it's you. For United, well, it's you. For United, 'cause it's you.
In a few short weeks, you'll have the opportunity to watch over 200 hours of Olympic Games satellite coverage. To celebrate their involvement with the Games, NEC, the company whose reputation has been built on worldwide communication systems, has produced a limited run of 22-inch sets, selling for just $1,199. Just $1,199 for the cordless remote 22-inch NEC Olymp Special. A little more genius from the giant.
G'day. I'm Vince Martin, and this is a blunt axe. Now, to a lot of people, it ain't a good axe anymore. But the truth is, there's only one part that isn't doing its job. Tires are like that, too. Look at that. Blunt on top, but the rest is near as good as the day it was born. Your local Dunlop dealer can put a tread on that you wouldn't know from new. And that's all he'll charge you for, too. Dunlop retreads. They're pretty well as good as new. You know what I mean?
The election's been decided. We have the last two finals with us now. The first of those, Rodney. And in Rodney, it's been held by National. A majority of 3,544, swing towards Labour there of 5.32%. McKinnon holding Rodney for National. And the final, Southern Maori. Mrs. Tirikatani Sullivan, large majority there, and not surprisingly, holding on to Southern Maori for Labour, and a swing of 10.18%, in fact, towards Manamuta Hake from Labour, but not really significant in terms of the eventual result. Well, Colin James, we have all the results. It's been a large swing, but it hasn't been a uniform swing around the country. What's tonight's election shown up in terms of differences?
Well, the overall swing was 4.5%. That's around about the 1972 level. But the key factor in this election can be seen in what happened to social credit. Just a bit under 20% swing from social credit to each of the two main parties. Around the country, interesting to note that the biggest swing to Labour was in the Wellington region, which was 6.9%, and the smallest swing was in the Christchurch region, which was 1.5%, and then the rest of the South Island was 2.7%. Interesting again, the provincial centres swung rather less to Labour than the country overall, 4.1%. But important to Labour was that Labour's very marginal seats decided to scuttle well out of National's way, and there was a movement of 7.6% to Labour in those seats. National holding just a little below the average swing in its marginal seats. I think the key, one of the interesting points is what happens to the two minor parties. Now, social credit has that strong core, sort of spore, ability to survive, but it hasn't been so decisively third in votes before, and it'll be very interesting to see that tussle between those two parties over the next 3 years, social credit and the New Zealand party.
Right, well, Colin, let's have a look now. We've got all the seats in, and maybe we can have a look at how the vote has actually been shared out between the parties tonight. A little bit of a change from the last time we showed you this graph. Labour has 43% of the vote, and that's appreciably up on what they had last time. Now, the solid bars indicate the percentage vote share this time. The thinner bars next to them indicate what the share of the vote was to each party last time. Colin, a big improvement there for the Labour Party.
Well, it's got back over the 40% mark, clear, but it's nowhere near. We mentioned 1972 election before, but it's nowhere near that level. Just 43%. It's still a minority government in terms of votes, but the important and most interesting factor is that National is down to 36%. That's the lowest a major party has had in New Zealand for a very long time. And I think the answer to that can be seen on the far right of that graph, the New Zealand party with its 12%. I think a great deal of that drop in National of about 3.5% compared with 1981 has gone into feeding the New Zealand party's vote tonight.
Do you believe that the social credit vote there is sort of down to its base core now?
It could go a little bit lower. It's done fairly well, given that it was a pretty bad election for social credit overall. 8%, it's given it a base to spring back from. And if one assumes that the New Zealand Party's 12% is a fair amount of disaffection with Sir Robert Muldoon, and if there is a change of leadership, a change of style, a rebuilding of the National Party, then one would see that 12% melt a bit, I think.
Colin James, thanks very much indeed.
Well, I was just about to say that the machines had gone all quiet here. It was a rather eerie sensation in Decision 84 studio, and then they cut loose, but they've gone quiet now. It's just us and the mice. And Dorothy McNabb and Sir Wallace Rowling. Dorothy McNabb, it's been a sad night for National. Not only have you lost the election, but you've lost a number of very good members of Parliament.
Oh, yes, that's absolutely true. I feel that New Zealand has lost a jolly good parliamentarian in Hugh Templeton, for example. I think he was the architect of CER, and it's been of immense benefit for New Zealand and will continue to be, but we've lost others too. I feel that he had a great perception of the environment and what was needed in New Zealand, and Ian Shearer, you know, it always happens. If one party goes down, it's a thing to expect that you will lose some very good people.
Are you able to take any comfort at all from tonight's election?
Well, I think comfort's a strange thing. You can hardly be comforted when you've gone down quite comprehensively, and there's no doubt about it. There's been a real and positive swing, and I think
you were mentioning the party organisation, that in spite of the things that have gone wrong today, when the votes were counted...
Well, I've got tremendous faith in the party organisation. I mean, I've been around a long time. I know how we work. I think we're extremely well led by a young president. We've got strength out there, and I have no doubt whatsoever that you'll find us back very soon indeed, planning how we're going to restore the balance in 1987. We won't be downhearted in that sense.
All right, Dorothy McNabb, thank you very much. Sir Wallace, you are no longer a member of Parliament. It's all finished for you tonight here
Indeed it is, yes.
in the television studios.
But on what a note.
Yeah, but you too have also lost some former colleagues on both sides of the House there, and that must be sad for you as well, I suspect.
Well, I think it is one of the tragedies, but nevertheless one of the realities of politics, that when a party comes through, then there's a human wastage. That, unfortunately, is unavoidable. It's rough on the individual. On the other hand, I don't suppose there is any occupation more so than politics that needs this constant rejuvenation of new ones coming through, whatever party. And we've seen a real rejuvenation in every sense in terms of Parliament this time. And I must say that I think David Longy and his team have had a remarkable and, in my view, of course, well-earned victory, backed up by a good administration.
I must ask you one question, Sir Wallace. There's a suggestion that David Longy might not have heeded your advice in the past, but that will give you an opportunity to offer him a piece of advice now.
Well, I think he listens pretty carefully, and I'm sure he's working it out for himself without me saying so, but if I was to tell him something which he already, I suspect, has made up his mind about, it's to take things one step at a time, keep people fully informed and in the confidence of government, because I think it's tremendously important that people feel that they're involved in the government of the country. I know that's certainly his ambition, and the ambition of the party, and I believe they will fulfil that.
Sir Wallace Rowling, thank you.
Well, that's about it from us here in Decision 84. Before we go, a final look at the state of the country at the end of this pretty momentous evening. The gains and losses, where have the seats come from, where have they gone to? Labour has in fact gained 10 seats tonight. It didn't lose a seat. National has gained 1. It picked that up from Social Credit, but it's lost 11 over the course of the evening. And Social Credit, well, it got 1, it lost 1, so its position in the House unchanged. The New Zealand Party, an incredibly good showing in terms of percentage of the votes for a new party, not translated into seats in the House. Where are those seats? Well, 95 finals in, all declared. Labour hold 56 seats tonight. National hold 37, Social Credit hold 2, and the New Zealand Party, no seats at this stage. Well, that is it from us here tonight, but if you can stand it, well, why don't you rejoin Rodney and myself here on Television 1 at 11 tomorrow morning, either to relive your victories, if that's the way you're inclined, or to worry out about why it all went wrong, if that's not the way you're inclined.
Yes, it's all right for you, Fred. You'll be here in Avalon. I'm flying back to Auckland because tomorrow, included in that hour-long wrap-up, will be a half-hour edition of Online, when we'll be talking to one of the prominent new members of the new Labour government. So we invite you to do that. On behalf of the team here at Avalon and our reporters and technicians throughout the country, from Decision 84, good night.
Good night.